Hello. What up? What up, Charlotte? How you doing? I am. BRB, gotta go feed the cats. Reincarnated. I am. Reincarnated, I've been stargazing. Life goes on, I need all my leavies. Got. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strength ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Ricky thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby, shout out Mark Lombardi. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strength ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Drinky thought you'd hide, but we see you in the lobby. The truth is our hobby, shout out Mark Lombardi. Breathing heavy like I'm running through the six with a vengeance. Carl's clone, yeah, I see the resemblance. Drake, you ain't no king, just a pawn in the game. Got a secret in your bloodline, can't hide the shame. Your Papa Carl engineered you to be this. A voice for the masses, but your heart's counterfeit. The Degrassi wheelchair to the OBO throne. You've been selling your soul, now the truth is shown. Your empire's built on the lies and the women. Oops, I mean children, you are quite the villain. Started from the bottom, now you're trapped in a game. But the hotline's blinging with secrets and shame. Carl's shadow looms as your mask starts to slip. The truth is the weapon, let's see if you trip. Reincarnated, I've been stargazing. Life goes on, I need all my leads. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strength ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Ricky thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby, shout out Mark Lombardi. Barry, you climb, but them roots are deep. Interlooking tunnels where the secrets creep. North Fox Island was hiding below your legacy, staying with the darkness you sow. Epstein-Barr virus infecting your name. You built up the power, you buried the shame. Chef in the water, truth you can't keep. Carl's your puppet master, the climb wasn't steep. Dance with devils, played your role too well, but your soul's on the line in a personal hell. Pancake man knows he's baked in your past. You're a clone in the system, but you wanna last. Your empire's built on the bones of the damned, but the truth's at the door and it's breaking the dam. Barry, no more hiding, your story's laid bare. Your lies crumble now, you're caught in the snare. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, their shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, their shadows comply. Sneak go, you're loud, but your truth's been lost. Calling out Ethan, but at what cost? You see the cracks in the facade, you know there's more, but the hate you're spewing ain't gonna settle the score. Carl's clone, you're just playing your old role, distracted by the fame, but your soul's the toll. Bigot in the spotlight, but deep down there's pain. Your daddy wasn't there, so you wear that shame. You're right about Ethan Klein, he's a Nazi in disguise, but your own reflection is what you should despise. You're chasing validation, but it's hollow inside. Lost in the noise, where does your heart reside? I see the fear, the doubt, the rage you project, and it's time to reflect. Time to self-correct. I'll show you the path. It's time to awake. Kundalini rising up your spine. It's your soul at stake. Sneako. Meet the Weinbachers. Truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. The shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers. Truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. Guns spring in the spotlight for who's behind the Maslow's Pollos Hermanos, just the front for the task. From the Cards to the Empire, you played the part well, but Carl's your director and you're trapped in his hell. Breaking Bad, but the script's written deep. Cloning's the game and you're caught in the sweep. Gideon's Darksaber, it runs deeper. Carl's shadow looms and the stakes get steeper. You play the villain so well, but it's more than just a role. It's a reflection of the truth of the secrets you hold. From the chicken shack to the stars in the sky, your life's a facade, just a well-crafted lie. Wars in the news, you're the face of deceit, but the truth's coming out and you can't retreat. You're not just an actor, you're a part of the plan, a pawn in the game, and Carl's little man. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, Weinbachers.
They're living a lie.
Meet the Weinbachers.
The shadows comply.
Meet the Weinbachers.
Truth's on display.
Meet the Weinbachers.
Clones in the fray.
Meet the Weinbachers.
They're living a lie.
Meet the Weinbachers.
Carl Weinbacher.
Mastermind
What up,
behind the
dude?
scene. Cloning's your legacy. You're the twisted machine.
From Drake to Obama,
Sneeko to Gus. All your clones out here spread deceit and mistrust.
How
How
is everybody?
Genetic fucking experiments.
Watch the truth die.
The curtains falling. Your plot's been exposed.
What's
You see
up,
the
my
man
little
running,
nit
could be a
witches?
pose. Fingers on the media, pulling every string.
Hollywood's your playground, but I'm here to bring
the truth to the surface. No more hide and seek.
What up,
Your clones
Simulated
are crumbling.
Sarah? What up,
Your
Eternally
sleep
Bumpin'?
slain, but now it's time to pay. The world's waking up, and we're taking back the day.
Blue on
Twisted
purple's
legacy
hard.
from
Hi,
Nazi
Kimberly,
resistance,
not
but
Kim.
cutting down the tree and
Charlotte, Chaston, Aleb, what up,
but
dogs?
you underestimated
Timothy
the power of
Deaver.
truth. Now your time's deflated. This is the final chapter. Your
Hi,
empire's
dudes.
fall.
What up,
No more
authentically
clones,
empowered?
No more
Yeah,
lies.
let's seek
We're
some
tearing
fucking
down
truth
the
today.
wall.
We're going old
Carl,
school.
Your game's over. The truth
going to our
reigns
favorite
supreme.
topics.
You're just a ghost now
In a forgotten freaking dream. We're reincarnated, guys. Oh, wait. Winky needs to be big. Winky. She's a winky bear. Winky. Winkle, binkle bear. Winky, binky, binkle bear. Winky. Let's get it. Oh my gosh. Bloop. Bloop. Yeah, so over 2024. Oh no! Go a little slower, please. Why are you so fast right now? You know I like it slow in the beginning, buddy boy, but not too slow. Let's go. Oh shit, I missed it again. Ooh. Did I see that China has sanctioned 7 American military companies and their senior executives in response to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, including in situ Inc., Raytheon Canada, Raytheon Australia, and Hudson Technologies Co. Separately, Raytheon is responsible for a lot of the reverse engineer tech. With some of those drones, plasma arms are stacked, bitch. Goodbye, my Nancy Lizard, humping loser cocks. What's up, nitwiddles? Do you wanna fuck shit up? Let's talk about George H.W. Bush and fucking Orphan Trains. How about Cabbage Patch Kids? What do you think, boys? We're gonna get freaking crazy tonight, boys. What's up, dudes? How was your weekend? Wait, today's Friday. Oh, weekend's starting. Let's go! Woo! It's been a big, long weekend for me. He told me, you're gonna shake your booty off? Let's go, dude. Bud. Hi, H. How you doing, bud? What up, Amanda, Obsidian, Milo, Robert Patrick, I see you as well. Hey, bud. Ray Star 2 and Shadow Bunny and Gaza Strip Chat. How y'all doing? What's up, my dudes? Look at me, boys. I got my pyramid, and it's sucking up that bad energy that's coming after me, boys. It's chasing after me, boys. They got that bad energy, and it's chasing after me. I don't know why, cause I just like hanging out with the boys. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, who's fasting today, boys? Anybody else? I've been chasing a freaking bone, boys. I'll let you know when I can tell. But we're in an energetic war, boys. It's also a fucking meme war. We're in a energetic meme war, boys, and we gotta get the spiritual shit going on. This stuff is really freaking cool, but I don't really know what to do when you got a bunch of freaking Nancys around town. What we gonna do, boys? They run everything like clowns. Goodbye, my Nancy boys. We ain't even gonna think about you anymore. You freaking cucks are dead to us. We're never gonna invoke your names again. No one's gonna take my fucking loosh from Cat Dad. Energetically, we're in a Merkaba. Hey boys, let's go slow, but not too slow. How about 1.75x? I'm not sure, but we'll see how this goes. I'm never gonna get loosed by these fucking cucks. They're never gonna control me or energetically take anything more from me than they've already stolen. Anytime I talk about my intervention, I'm gonna snap myself. Just like Pavlov, I'm never gonna give them more loosh. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Cause it's just an energy war with all these cucks, and they wanna take our freaking ley lines. Oh, let's dance for the last freaking part here. Ready, go. Ooh. Oh, we're running out of time. Ooh, hey dudes, what's going on with you? Hey dudes, what's going on with you too? Hey dudes, what's going on with you nitwitches? How you doing? We're gonna talk about George H.W. Bush and some other bunch of fucking cucks, you know? We're gonna have some freaking fun tonight. I swear to God, we're gonna feel alright, boys. Woo! Hello? Hi. What are you guys up to? How's everybody doing? Hope you're good. So yeah, real quick at the top, wanted to say everything. So I've been thinking, right? Everything is a fucking energetic war. That's what we're in, a spiritual energy war, right? So what are these cucks from last weekend? I don't even remember their names. What do they want from me, right? They want me to talk about them all the time. They want me to think about them all the time, right? They want me to do anything but be making videos and putting one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be marching out the door, or you know, they don't want me doing that, right? So what do? They do shit like last weekend where they do the intervention. They're going to continue doing that forever. So that's already something that they want on my mind every weekend, right? Not even going to give it to them. Every time I think about it, oh, fuck. The problem is that I like the snap, you know what I mean? So I feel like this is doing the opposite. Shit, we got to go back to the drawing board on this. I don't know if this is going to get me to stop talking about it. I feel like this is going to get me to talk about it more. No, just kidding, guys. So wait, what were we talking about? Yeah, so it's an energy war, right? So they want me focused on them all the time. And I'm just saying this up top because from here on out, I think I'm going to ignore it all, right? We're going to pretend like they don't exist. I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. What? What intervention? You know what I mean? Do you guys see where I'm coming from? They're literally trying to harvest my ley lines. They want us to spiral out, but we're spiraling up. And I know some people have been mentioning it too, like, move on. Yeah, I think we're ready, right? We played our card. There's literally nothing else that can be said. If anyone has questions, we will direct them to the video. There's a 2-hour version and a 4-hour version, right? Have fun. We'll remember the name of the number of the episode off the top of our head soon, and we'll be able to direct everyone to that episode. But yeah, it's an energy war, right? And I think we should all think about this in general. This is why I'm talking about it, because technically this is me talking about it, right? I'm not going to talk about it while talking about it. But I think this is the move. They want to fucking, grab my hand and do all this shit. and control me. But the way that they die is to forget about them. Honestly, that's the way that Trump disappears, right? Is for no one to ever invoke his name again. I mean, this is like never gonna happen, you know what I mean? But like, that would be a way for him to vanish. You know what I mean? These people thrive on attention. That's it. They want my attention. Always. They want to control my attention. They want every minute that I'm not spending, every minute that I'm spent worrying about my phone being hacked, because dealing with that, pretty sure, or at least being surveilled or monitored. There's weird stuff happening with my phone constantly right now. So this is an energy war, right? So all day today, what am I dealing with? That. I'm dealing with going in lockdown mode. Instead of fucking pumping videos out. I still got a couple out today. Fuck them. They'll never stop me. But do you guys understand what I mean with this? It's like they want us to not talk about George H.W. Bush 24/7. They want us to not talk about something very strange and disturbing that Minutes of Horror is talking about. You know, they don't want us talking about the orbs and the UAPs and whatever, right? They don't want us talking about yoga. They don't want us talking about the spirituality. So we are going to just talk about that, okay? So yeah, that's my thought process on it. I think it makes sense. Energy flows where attention goes, dog. Right, Alev? Fuck yeah, bro. I like that plan too. Yeah, cool. I think we should say, if we mention them, we say like C word, L word, T word, because names have power and we need to take their names away. And honestly, I'm going to try and not, I don't even think I'm going to talk about T word. You know what I mean? Because it is true, I goof on them and I'm sure that it eats them up, but what it does is it keeps me vibing low with them. And what are we doing? We're spiraling up. So the more Skitter was explaining this to me, that gossip and shit, that is like a downward spiral type of and it's like witchcraft. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's also, I forget if this is like the against the free will shit, but it's not good witchcraft, gossiping and stuff, and it also creates negative karma for you. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, I just want these people, literally, I want them out of my life. I don't want to have any connection to them. And when you speak their name and you think about them, what does that do? That creates a connection that bonds you to them. You got to forget about them, I think. So I'm going to try my best to do that. And, if I ever want to snap, I will say something. But, I mean, if you guys want to goof on them, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But it does. Let's try and use T word, C word, D word. Anyone who's a word will know who you're talking about. But I'm going to try and not invoke their fucking name or their memory. I don't know who these people are. And dude, oh man, if you could only imagine what I've been dealing with the last day. They're like, dude, a couple days ago, my fucking bank accounts all the passwords were changed. Fucking weird shit's happening in my iMessages. Keep getting, people, it says that the person that I'm talking to downloaded my message. And I'm like, did you download that, or did you save that message? They're like, no. And they're like, it just said that you downloaded that message too. Did you save it? I said no. So someone is. So anyway, we're on high alert lockdown. Not out of fear. We're not out of fear at all. We're just protecting our energy right now, okay? Because this is what it's all about. It's attention. It's all about getting the attention and drawing it away from what's meaningful, right? Like the Orphan Trains. Like Bush the father. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly why I stopped watching Ethan Klein. Yeah. Giving any attention to that fucking Zionist bullshit makes the Zionist bullshit continue living. I mean, it's like, we got to talk about certain shit. We got to talk about, what's going on in the world and all that stuff. I mean, but, specifically with like the intervention crew, I'm done giving them my attention. I've said every fucking thing that I possibly can, right? And so I'm going to try from now on, fuck off with it. And if y'all want to join me, let's go. Because I think this is the real witch. This is the good witchcraft, right? This is where we make them vanish just by not thinking about them anymore. This is the consciousness shift, kind of, right? It's part of it, I think. We literally are going to vibe out of their dimension, bro. Like, they can't touch us anymore. And so that's why they keep trying to draw us back in. That's why they're hacking my phone and fucking with my money and the little bit that I got, you know? Fucking all of this shit is to draw me back down to their level. And none of us are on their level, dude. No one's on their level except for them lizard fucks, right? So, specifically with the people that I know personally, I'm fucking done with them, okay? So, this is how I prove to them that I am done with them. Because I am. I will never speak to those people again. And beyond that, I'm never going to think about them again. What could hurt a narcissistic Nazi more than that, right? They all thrive off of attention and fucking energy that they steal. So, how do you kill them? You bleed them. You fucking starve them to death. You dehydrate them, and then you piss on their fucking dead bodies. No, you don't even see their dead bodies. You couldn't even recognize their dead bodies, you know what I mean? So, anyway, let's fucking hop into it. We're gonna watch... Wait, we gotta watch this first. Let's go back to Christmas for a minute, boys. This Kim Kardashian, Macaulay Culkin thing is insane. We should have watched it on Wednesday. I'm sorry. I was too scared. But I did watch Home Alone 2, and it was pleasant, so I got that out of the way. I don't have to think about this when I watch Home Alone, so here we go, because I already watched it. This is insane, dude. Dude, she's so, like, D-list. EF-list, bro. She's literally a nothing burger, right? She's a nothing person. What is Kim Kardashian? What does Kim Kardashian... Wait, is my shit broken? What does Kim Kardashian even do? She literally just got a back shot and then the most famous trafficker of all time? What is this? Is she licking a toilet? Might as well be. Chaston, what's the avatar theory, bro? And yeah, authentically empowered, no contact. Yeah, exactly, right? Everyone was saying no contact. I just needed to put my fucking nail in the coffin, right? But the nail's in the coffin, no contact. Here we go. Is there some weird, like, symbolism in this? Or is this just shitting on Jesus because she's a lizard person? What? Okay, that was pretty funny. Is this an ad for something? What is this? This is so dumb. This is a nightmare, dude. This is a living nightmare. What the fuck is going on, bro? What the fuck? She's getting a good whiff of elf ass.
Not as much as last week. We haven't been to the McDonald's like
Look at that CGI fire. She couldn't even afford a real fire for this video. What an idiot. I wouldn't be rolling around like sexually in front of a high school football player when everyone is talking about you being a sex trafficker. Yeah, is she cosplaying poor? Who the fuck knows? I think she's just cosplaying where she traffics children from. Yeah, it feels like bad AI, bro. Ugh, get that fucking out of here. I'm sorry, guys. You all have syphilis now. I'm sorry. And that's not because she's a flooze. It's because she's a fucking sex trafficking madam lizard. Bro. This feels racist, right? Somehow. What the fuck is this? The Fear and Loathing, dude, but like Fear and Loathing on like a 27-day crack binge. Like no uppers. No coke, none of the good shit, you know, just doing crack, but spun out for a whole month. People are just ill, dude. What is going on? Does she think this is gonna get us to not talk about her being a sex trafficking fucking madam? Because I'm pretty sure, in my opinion, she definitely is. That's just my opinion, you know? Yeah, this is what the people want to see, is you fucking throwing $100 bills on the ground and vacuuming them up and throwing them in the fire. Ugh. Keep that whale tail the fuck out of here. Amanda Smiles is not happy about that. We only like real whale tails here. Yeah, Twin Peaks, but dumb. Yeah, dude, that's what it is. It's a snuff video. It's a fucking snuff film, bro. Christmas at John Wayne Gacy's. Dude, what the fuck? The furry makes me think of the pig scene in The Shining. Dude, so wait, Macaulay Culkin and her aren't dating. He was just in this music video. Please, God, right? Come on. Right? Come on. All right, boys, we're getting back to our roots. We're going to fucking Tartaria. Oh, wait, yeah, let me just show you my video that I took. Short one, not a 10-minute video. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see what Lefty Witch
about like the weird
has
things
to say. Love me some Lefty Witch, right?
Do and like actually how weird it gets. I have Christian men in my ever since
I love when she goes off about Christian men. Let's see if she's gonna devour any of us. Please, I volunteer as tribute.
Started posting candidly about my spirituality and about like the weird things I do and like actually how weird it gets. I have Christian men in my comment section constantly telling me that I'm working with demons, that they're all evil, that they're all deceiving me, and that
I absolutely should not be drinking honey while watching a Lefty Witch video. This is going to be a bad thing.
to repent and save my soul. My worst fear is not going to an eternal inferno lake of fire. It is spending eternity with you motherfuckers. The same people that fly at me and tell me I need to save my soul, you are here on this earthly plane trying to turn women into cattle, hijacking legal system, hijacking the fucking government. You want me to entrust my motherfucking soul with you assholes? Like, I would rather get a reservation in hell. So am I afraid I'll go to hell? Fuck no. I'm afraid I'll go to heaven with you guys. I'll take my chances. I'll roll the motherfucking dice. Who's the dude that said the only thing to fear is fear itself? I think that dude was fucking right. And I think you guys constantly project your evil onto others with your accusation. Every accusation is a motherfucking confession. Yeah! The word demon, by the way, was derived from the Greek word daemon, which means spirit. Ever since I started posting candidly about my...
Hell yeah. We fucking love Lefty Witch. A lot. Alright, here, check.
Yo, you boys want fucking evidence of the mud flood? Look at this. First off, look at this fucking building. Look at this majestic tower, not built by us. No way. But I think this is a big ass church. Let's go look over by the windows. Okay, look, this is street level, right? Okay, hold on, let me climb this. So the ground's right here, right? It's just right here, right? Nope. Goes down about, I don't know, I'd say fucking 35, 40 feet. Interesting. So weird. Do you have any idea why you would build at ground level but dig down 50 feet and start the first floor down there? Why would you do that? Or maybe the street was lower and then this is just a bunch of mud. I'm just a dumb guy. I don't know shit, but anyway, look at that. That's a big old mushroom tower, big old proto-taxite, baby.
Hell yeah, brother.
I don't know, dude. This place looks pretty fucking abandoned. I'm sure there'll be a fucking fire on the roof in like 6 months' time, and then they'll have to demolish it, right, guys?
You know
Fuck
it.
Yeah. Anyway. Wow. Oh, is there a dome up there? Is there a fucking dome on that Tartarian building? Couldn't be, right? Anyway. Bro, you're literally straight up goofy. Goofy if you think that we made this shit. Look at this. They got a green ass wreath up there, bro. What the fuck's going on there? Look at how intricate and beautiful this shit is. You think Americans made this? Grow the fuck up. What, Americans that are 12 feet tall? Look at any of these big ass doors for. What are they? They were a bunch of wide people like us? Doubt it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we made this. Okay.
Dude,
I'm sure the ground level on this one starts 100 feet below the ground. Look at how big this bitch is. And look, there's our dome. There's our fucking prototaxite tower from earlier. Amazing. We live in an amazing, incredible world where we just accept whatever billionaires tell us. Love it. Love it. FedEx! Cuck. Yo, you boys.
Have the billionaires figured out yet why the billionaires 100 years ago used to invest?
Did the billionaires of the past actually invest in
anyone, please raise your hand and tell me if I'm wrong about this theory. I want to know if I fucked it up, but I'm pretty sure I didn't.
in public services and public buildings like libraries and schools and parks? Did they? Did they build those buildings? Did they? Or did they find them? I don't think that. I think that the billionaires just told us a different story about a long time ago. And they shouldn't have, because we got it in our brains that that's what you do when you have money, right? Because that's what we do when we have money, right? When I have money, I'm giving it away to everyone. Dude, when I don't have money, I'm giving it away to everyone. But these...
Right? It's always the people who have the least that give the most.
These guys... They are the way they are because their brain is broken. They want to tell us that we need to go to therapy or whatever. They are the only ones who have a mental illness here. We don't.
Oh, and bro, Cyrax, bro, it was 3 floors. There was a 3rd level window at the very bottom. I think it was closer to 50 feet. I said 35 or 40, and then later I was like, no, I think it's 50. It's a dive, bro. It's like 3 full floors of monstrous 12-foot high ceilings, 14-foot high ceilings probably.
Everyone with anxiety, depression, anyone who has ADHD, nothing is wrong with you. It's capitalists whose brains are broken and they have a mental illness.
Yup.
That's it. So anyway, even the billionaires from 100 years ago, they were not doing anything for us. It's just a fairy tale you've heard. Just like that they built the state capitals. Just like they built all of the libraries and all the buildings in New York. All these beautiful, majestic buildings everywhere around you. Did they build them? I'm just wondering. My tum-tum is telling me no.
Same, bro.
But that's just my tummy, and I'm also schizophrenic.
Me too.
I've been told.
Yep.
So,
agreed.
take it or leave it.
I'm gonna leave it.
Do whatever you want. But I'm pretty sure that these guys have always been the monsters that they are today. They just lie about what they were in the past. I'm not sure why, because it creates an issue where we're like, hey, why aren't you doing this kind of stuff today? And it's because they've never done it, and they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to be philanthropic. They don't. Everything they do is to just further disconnect us from the earth. That's it. That's their job, because they work for lizards. Anyway, that's my TED Talk. Love you. Bye.
The billionaire.
FedEx, you mean L word? Had to.
There's something sitting
Oh wait,
down.
last thing.
There's something sitting down on that branch. And then when it stood up, it was about 7 feet
Have you seen these fucking giant things climbing in the trees? Do you remember when we read the Alex Putney face peelers article?
tall.
Y'all literally think I'm playing, but this is what it is. In my opinion.
Here, wait, let me find the video of the tree falling down.
United.
Hey, mate.
This, dude, what in the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, literally, watch this and remember the face peeler story about Peru. Remember the girl that survived getting attacked by these things? What were they doing? They were climbing in the trees. They flew in on fucking hoverboards. And then they were they were like climbing and hiding in the fucking trees. And the dudes were like, they were either in like black armor, or it was like literally camouflage armor. Like it looked like it moved and shit. But it had like the shape of a human body, but it was like really tall. They were like either 7 or 8 feet tall. And bro, I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are part of the LBs, the Leebies, for sure, dude. They're the Lebensborn giant-ass, Paul bitch-ass, stupid cloner donors, bro. I'm telling you. So anyway, watch this. Remember the face peelers. Maybe I'll try and find that PDF again. We can look at a couple pictures. But they've been doing this in Peru for like 10 fucking years at least, dude. They've been flying into people's backyards, indigenous people's backyards, and literally cutting their faces off. They call it the meat, or the no. Is it the meat? I forget. It's something really fucked up, dude. And the only reason we know this is because a girl survived, and she's like, dude, one of them spoke like a gringo, spoke Spanish like a gringo, and the other guy spoke Spanish like her. So she's like, there's like an American and like Peruvian teams flying around on these spacecraft trying to make people think aliens are cutting people's faces off in Peru. And they've been doing it for 10 years. And they cut their faces off with like a fucking laser or something, dude. It literally peels their skin off down to the bone, bro. With no blood. It's the craziest fucking thing. Alex Putney had a whole paper about it, and it's real as fuck. It's all these Aryan super soldiers like Paul, bro. I'm telling you. Laser hits me in the head.
I hope you can hear this. It sounds like gorillas fighting in the tree. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me.
Damn, brother's got a hell of a flashlight. It could be Sasquatch, yeah, maybe. But I feel like, why would Sasquatch be busting up this fucking tree?
I've never seen anything like it in
throwing
my life.
branches at this guy. Yeah, it's the Predator movie on Predator alien from the movie On the Loose.
This is the second time I've come over here. And the first time when I got up under them trying to figure out what it was, they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still cannot figure out what it is.
Bro, fuck
Look,
this.
they're ruining this freaking place.
They're ruining this place. Gosh, golly, dang it.
What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that it would take me 2 minutes to saw.
To sow. Dude, I'm not turning that light off while that fucking giant Paul Weiss opal's hanging in that
Look,
tree.
see, he's coming right above me right here. He's fixing to throw something at me, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't like you messing with them. Look. What in God's name is going on? Look, that's bigger than me.
Is
Look at
Robert-
that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
What in the fuck, dude? Why
What in Jesus' name is doing this? Oh my God, he just took half the tree down.
Oh my god.
Something, oh my God, oh my God.
That's a big ass Paul Weiss opal, bro, I'm telling you.
Oh, it's gotta be I don't even think a bear would have a chance in Hades and it doing this. It's something stronger than a bear. And he is pissed. Yeah, that's a healthy tree. About 8 to 10, maybe even 12 inches in diameter that he just broke because he's pissed because I'm getting close to him.
Paul hates when I get close to him,
I think
too.
I'm gonna bounce because I think he just hit the ground, which means he's about to face me on foot. And I don't really want to wrestle with somebody that can tear trees down just because they're mad.
I don't want to wrestle with him.
My God, look at the tree he just freaking broke in half.
The fuck?
Something, oh my God, oh my God.
Oh my
Hemlines are rising.
And then this guy, who I can't tell if
This
he's
is
a
what I
Fed
wanted.
or not.
This is what I wanted everybody to see on my video last night. As you can see, I turned up the exposure on this video. And
What's your guys' read on Beauty Marked? You think Fed or no?
one specific spot where I pointed that I know I saw something last night. There were a pair of lights that went up here, over here, and then it kept switching branches, and then it just sat down right here. And you can clearly see when the exposure is risen that there is something sitting down on that branch. And then when it stood up, it was about 7 feet tall. And everybody keeps trying to say, oh, well, it was an owl. What owl, first of all, is camouflage?
The Blair Weiss Opal Project. Oh my god. And it's like a double goof because Blair.
And what owl is 7 feet tall? And then some people are trying to compare my video to a video that I didn't even know existed, which, come to find out, it's 4 years old, by the way. And no, it's not motherfucking monkeys. I'm in Mississippi for the holidays. It is not motherfucking South Carolina. That dude even admitted that he was lying. So this has no correlation with anything that I caught on camera last night. But you can clearly fucking see that I caught something on motherfucking camera. And I don't know how people aren't hearing the noises in the video. When I turn the video all the way up, you can hear something screeching in that tree. Not just that, but you can see more than one of those things, whatever the fuck they are. I mean, I don't know what's camouflaged and 7 feet fucking tall, but you can see more than one in the tree fucking with me. They were literally watching me. And then shit was walking on my motherfucking roof all night. It was fucking weird as fuck. I stayed up until 2 a.m., okay, trying to get these things on camera. And no, I don't have a motherfucking flashlight. I had to go over to my neighbor's house and get myself a flashlight. And when I just so happened to shine it on the roof or on the branches, there was nothing there. I'm just as confused as anybody else that was watching that video.
He doesn't do yoga and he's not autistic. Fed flag.
No idea what I saw last night. I have no idea what that was watching me, but I know for sure something was watching me. Everything got so...
Yeah, he has been open about who's in his family tree, but that also would be very smart to do. You know, and then... Like, we don't really know exact... I mean, we know kind of what they would hide, but, you know, if he's like one of these Mason dudes... Like, there's that one guy that's always talking about Masonic shit. Oh, what's his name? He gives me the fucking... The ick. He's got tons and tons of face tattoos. Like, he feels like he's definitely controlled op. This guy I like, but I feel like, come on, you got one of these things in your backyard? Come on. Really? You of all people? Why you? Is it because you're a TikToker? Is it because your uncle's Paul? I hope not. You know what I mean? But this is like... But then again, it's like, I saw a plasma orb, so I guess, I don't know, I guess it's kind of the same thing for me. But mostly, no, it's that he gets views. He gets really good views. This thing has 5,000 comments on it. I feel like I can't trust anyone who isn't getting suppressed constantly. You know what I mean?
Quiet, so cold, and I know we're in the middle of the winter, okay, but I'm in motherfucking Mississippi. It doesn't get 20 fucking degrees down here, okay? In the exact moment that I got chills and I caught that thing sitting down on that branch, it got cold as a motherfucker. So you can't tell me I'm motherfucking crazy. I know what I saw.
Wait, he worked at Joe Rogan? On his experience at the Joe Rogan studios? He hasn't been wrong before, even in the right direction. Wait, what do you mean? You mean like he's super in the know? You saw the orb, but you also saw the bridge.
I know what I fucking caught on camera, so if you want to call me crazy, maybe you should rethink your reality. Nobody stole any video. I caught what I caught on camera, when apparently he caught what he caught on camera 4 years ago. This is what I wanted everybody to see on my video last night. As you can see, this is what...
Dude, this was good too.
What if we don't give people the thing that they paid money for? Well, we keep the money they gave us, right?
Genius.
We keep the money, of course. Yeah, no, we keep it. But we just don't give them the thing. We don't spend money giving them the thing, and we keep the money. We keep it. What if we paid our employees less money? Well, even if we're making more money? Even if we're making more money, because think about it, okay? We get to keep the more money, and then we also get to keep the more money we make from not paying them more money, because we're paying them
Dude,
less.
is he sniffing his crotch?
So less is more for us. Oh my god. Less is more. You're picking up what I'm putting down, right? So much money. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Dude, we're gonna make a lot of money. What I'm putting down, right? We're gonna make money. It's so much money. Oh my god. See, we should pay less. So much money. We're on the same wavelength. Oh god, yes. We should pay less. We're on the same wavelength. We're on the same wavelength, man. You get it, dude. You get it. Exactly. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. What if the thing that we sell to people, right? What if we gave them less of that thing? We made the thing smaller, but then we still charge them the same. We still charge them the same amount of money. So
Genius.
So we spend less money making it because there's less of it, but then they gave us the full amount of money. We spend less money making it, but they give us the same amount of money, so we're making more money. making more less is more for us. Oh my God, because then we can make more money. Dude, if it's smaller, we make more money. Exactly. If it's smaller, we can pay him less. It's smaller, but it costs the same.
This is so good.
Making the same, make more money because we're spending less money on making it, so then we get to keep that money.
Camera work is amazing too.
We're finally gonna make it out of the hood, dude. With all this money, bro, we're finally gonna be able to make it out of the hood. Oh my God, dude! Finally gonna make it out of the hood, bro. Finally, like we're up. What if we don't give people the thing that they paid money?
Hilarious. Oh wait, there's a couple new Trip Montanas that we need to hear. Oh my goodness. We forgot to listen to this yet. Oh man, you know we gotta get the hottie her own song.
Ancient stones alive. Unlock the secrets. We're shifting through time. Underneath our feet, my stadium speaks. Whispers of the earth, connecting the weak. Wood wide web, yeah, the
Wood Wide Web.
Threads of Gaia's love woven by her hand. Sacred structures built on ley lines. Energy grids sparking change in our minds. Chords of granite amplifying the tone. Cosmic frequencies in every stone. We are one big symphony, playing Gaia's melody. Rising up to harmony, vibrate to infinity. Feel the shift, the timeline's near. Raise your vibe, dissolve the fear. We are one big symphony.
Oh yeah, this is a good
Gaia
one.
set us free.
Let's go, girl.
Pyramids hum, aligned with the skies. They're not just stones, they're ancient vibes. Energy portals, open the gates, rewriting
Dude,
the
this is
future,
fucking Trip
resetting our
Montana,
fate.
bro.
The mushrooms are the keys, unlocking the
I'll
door.
tell you after.
Showing us the truth that there's always more. One love, one earth, we are divine. Tune into the rhythm, transcend the line. We are one big symphony, playing Gaia's melody. Rising up through harmony, vibrate to infinity. Feel the shift, the timeline's near.
Look at my bros.
Raise your vibe, dissolve the fear. We are one big symphony. Gaia set us free.
Oh yeah, get it, girl. Break it down, mama. Break it down, Gaia. Break it down, mommy.
Vibration, creation, no separation.
I hope this never
Timelines
ends.
Twisted, cosmic migration. Feel the heart.
Dude, I love what Trip Montana does.
Vibration, making us move. Boom, boom, base of the earth. Stars above, sing of rebirth. Unity rises, fear must fall. One vibration, we answer the call. So plant the seeds, let the mushrooms grow.
Dude, I hope this is 20 minutes long.
Let the rhythm flow from ancient stones to future's light. We'll vibrate together, unite the night. We are one big symphony, playing Gaia's melody. Rising up through harmony,
9
vibrate to
fed.
infinity.
That sounds about
Feel the
right.
shift, the
I've got my
timeline's
fucking tally.
Raise your vibe, dissolve the fear. We are one big symphony. Gaia set us free.
Mama. Ooh, let's get it, dude. Trip went fucking nasty mode on this one. Is Trip here today? I hope so. MILF mommy, dude. All I do is think about MILF mommy, right? Dude, let's go.
Timelines twisting, cosmic vibration. Feel the heartbeat, Gaia's groove, Earth's vibration.
Dude, I do be
Making us
feeling it.
move. Boom, boom, base of the earth. Stars above, sing of rebirth.
Dude, I love this. This one rules. Has it been looping? Have I been not catching a loop? Or is it this?
Vibration.
I hope this is 20 minutes long. Let's go.
Timelines twisted, cosmic.
Oh man. Keep them coming, Trip. Dude, that one was good, right? Here, wait, I want to show you guys the... If you guys don't know Trip Montana, they fucking made... They made a song for me, and it literally made my fucking life, bro. Look at this.
Grid where the earth aligns, energy flows through forgotten times. Builders knew what we can't yet see.
I think Trip makes them with ChatGPT, and then also this other AI like app that helps make the music. So it sounds so good, right?
We're all part of the cosmic hive. On these peaks to Easter Shore, structures hum with a knowledge pure. Guided by the stars, they carve the stones, harmonize with the earth tones. He sees the web, the hidden ties, energy grids beneath the sky.
Yeah, reggae is the best. I love this.
So far behind, cat that speaks of ancient design, ley lines singing through space and time. Mushrooms,
yeah, because the vibes are from on high, dude. Dude, I love ska too. There was tons of ska bands when I was growing up too in Kenosha. The Big McGaffers was my favorite.
From the Andes peaks to Easter Shore, structures hum with the knowledge pure. Guided by stars, they carve the stones,
harmonize with the earth tones.
He sees the web, the hidden ties, energy grids beneath our skies. Through ancient eyes, he helps us find the truths we've left so far behind. Cat that speaks of ancient design, ley lines singing through space and time. Mushrooms.
Suno, is that the name of the app that Trip uses?
Part of the cosmic hive. So listen close to what he shares. Feel the earth and show you care.
Yeah, real big fish. Fuck yeah, dude.
Gaia's name.
Gaia.
The cosmic hive. Grid where the earth.
These cucks just had a no sound bullshit thing on me. I have to reshoot this. Okay.
Calm down, calm down.
I have an update about the energy surrounding the series finale of the United States. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to share it just because we're all talking about the healthcare CEO right now. But I just keep getting this intuitive inclination to talk about it, so here it is. The powers that be have really had individuals caught up in money-making schemes for themselves, really since the 70s. And the energetic underpinning for that has gone away. Its peak was really the election of Trump. And in that, we sort of gave a huge thumbs up to gaining wealth and screwing other people over. And what I'm seeing in the energy now is people are realizing that that is not a worthy pursuit anymore because it's a fixed game. And so it feels like in those old Roadrunner cartoons where the Roadrunner would be like dangling in the air, like he was still running, but there was nothing underneath him. That's what the economy feels like. It feels like it is floating, but about to fall. And I had said previously that I think it's going to take about 2 years for the economy to decline. It really seems now like it does start to decline next year, and then it is sort of pulled down faster than it would normally fall by the tariffs. I've also said before, I think we're going to have universal healthcare by 2028, and I just want to reiterate that because it feels strong. I want you to know that the power is with the people, and because of that, you are going to see a lot of force from the government coming up. Yeah. We are going to see our police militarized like never before, and that will be fascinating because all it will do is further radicalize the populace against their own government. I don't think that we are going to have French Revolution levels of sort of going after our government officials. As we've become technologically advanced, you can see how all things, especially war and conflict, become quieter and more silent and more structurally violent.
Yeah.
This revolution will contain protests in the streets, don't get me wrong, But it's much more like quiet quitting than the last American Revolution.
Fuck yeah.
The billionaires and the people in power stand on the shoulders of the people who would go out and
Bro, we're literally gonna meme them out of existence. They're gonna vaporize from cringe. That's what's gonna happen.
and work at their jobs. Because of technological
Yeah, Amanda said it'll be smooth.
advances with AI specifically, it feels like
No fucking fear.
a lot of those jobs are just not going to be there. And it feels like everybody kind of on the same bus. Similar to how we felt in 2020 when we were all at home and realizing that our livelihoods were so brittle and time is going to move so incredibly quickly. Things are going to change on a dime in a way that you never thought they could. People have talked to me over and over again about being worried about their personal money. I promise you that you have already
Money doesn't exist, dude. It's not real. It's not real. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
gone through the worst economic depression in your life. And what is coming forth is very different than what you've ever experienced. One of the trade-offs that we've gotten to have by having a quiet and docile last 50 years is that we didn't have to leave our houses and organize
We're going back to the days of knitted anus.
and walk off the beaten path. We got to follow the rules and we got to stay home and watch Netflix. But also our wealth and our health care and our sanity was slowly stripped from us. So we get to get back a lot of those things, but it's
Doesn't fit anymore. My head got too big.
going to take some initiative on the individual level to make a different decision. And no doubt your burnout has already brought you to that point where you're kind of ready to make that decision. The economic reality that is
fear nada
coming through is a transfer of wealth and power to those who have not classically had it. Again, with the technology that's coming in, it is an incredible equalizer. It gives people with fewer resources the abilities that
hooded anus
people with high resources have. People have been saying, why is Trump being so quiet? I actually think he's very...
Yeah, we definitely gonna have to start growing food and stuff. Dude, it's gonna be fucking utopia. It's gonna be beautiful. The shit they got us doing now fucking blows dog dicks. It's gonna be fucking awesome, bro. I wanna have a rooftop garden everywhere. There's no reason that we can't do it. Think of how nice it would be to not just do the grind forever until you're ground into a paste.
tired. And I think that he's very sick of doing this. And I
Bye, Alex.
don't think that he wanted to be the president. I actually think he wanted to stay out of jail. And the people who are in his cabinet will still hold the mantle of all the things that he wanted to do. But I think a lot of those efforts...
Yeah, and dude, we need the fucking sun back. I literally couldn't grow any tomatoes or eggplants this year. Very odd. Like, dude, it's crazy that we're going on a year without our sun. They have been fucking with our sun for a year. We have not gotten the full spectrum of the sunlight for a year.
are just going to be kind of half-assed with no
You think that's going to have any detrimental effects?
energy behind them. Most of the energy that Trump is going to be using during the administration is to try and push back the general populace from asking for more economic security and respect of rights. And I'm feeling
we have zero of any of those things. You know what I mean? Like, it's so crazy. They think, like, they're literal ghouls, dude.
this so much more globally than I initially was. The major turn...
Their tomatoes are very, very small. Yeah. It's because the sun's not fucking... I think that they just have a big filter in front of it. Like, covering it. Like a big piece of fucking ND.
in this 4 years is that the world stops respecting the U.S. as the global currency exchange.
Dude, I'm telling you, the moment that the real sun comes back, I'm going out and I'm just soaking it in for like 3 days. I'm going to get the worst burn of my life. I miss it so much, dude. This sun sucks. I hate it.
Change and sort of the exporter of this brand of neoliberal capitalism. It feels like every country around the earth who has taken on this economic system, standing back and going, wow, it's really not working. And by virtue of that, not respecting the US and looking to it like a big brother, like it used to, and kind of going, no, we're not going to trade with you anymore. And the US will kind of become self-reflective and look at its attitude that it has been bullying the world. And now that people don't have to do business with the bully because the bully is weakening from the inside, it doesn't fare too well for the US. And there's kind of a scrambling of like, oh shit, how are we gonna take care of ourselves on our own soil? I do not feel at any point that we are going to be food insecure. I think that we are deeply going to be in community and taking care of each other like never before. I have an update about the energy.
Yeah, dude, Fairy Flower says, I cry about it, LOL, and get so sad when I feel it on my skin because it isn't the same warmth or hug feeling at all. Exactly, bro. You can feel it. It sucks. It's harsh, dude. It fucking burns. I hate it. We gotta get that real sun back. We had a wild storm come through my small town and so many trees got wrecked for no good reason. The new sun is making the trees weak. Yeah, dude, it is. Bunch of cucks. Like, dude, that's how I know it's a literal lizard, a bunch of lizards. Oh, wait, there's a great video that someone made that I wanted to show you guys too.
Yep. I have an...
Where is it? This.
Before they try to take away TikTok, I'm trying to put out as much content as I can to spread awareness to America and the rest of the world. But before I start about this topic above, I just want to say this video is for entertainment purposes only. It's just for fun. I have no idea.
Elon has the worst speech. Wait, where was it? Elon has the worst speech for a genius since Stephen Hawking.
What I'm talking about, there's no truth about this at all. I'm just, just talking.
Yeah, it's all nonsense.
Now that I've gotten that out of the way. So the aliens have always been here. Alien is just a term used to say something not of this earth. Well, they have had that right for a long time, but it's something that's way deeper than that. In my other video, I referred to these beings as Leviathan, just so that I wouldn't get censored. But the truth is, they are reptiles. There is a race of beings that have been here since as early as we can go back in our history books, and they are the ones that are controlling pretty much everything. And, in layman's terms, have essentially enslaved all of humanity and have fed us a myriad of lies mixed with truth.
And the dumb motherfuckers that are around you have bought into it. They like being slaves. They're fucking stupid as hell, right, bros? Isn't that so fucking funny how dumb they are? What a bunch of goobers. They're like, we love being day laborers. We love being slaves to Jeffrey Bezos, the Nazi cuck.
To keep us confused so that we don't ever really find out who they are. They've pitted us against us using race, religion, all the fun things that start wars, even though it's always been them starting wars because they really just want our resources.
Yeah, they'll never take away TikTok, by the way, either.
But I want to talk about these bloodlines, okay? It is the monarchies. And they have always been after a sacred breeding ritual, which they have done for hundreds of years. Keep it in the family. And there's a reason they refer to these groups of people as blue-blooded, blue bloods, because like a reptile, their blood is cold. They are not like us.
Lizards.
Why they fear us so much is because they do not have the capacity to have human range of emotions, which in turn makes humans more advanced. making us the more advanced being should we only come to this awareness of not only who our enemy is, but the full spectrum of our emotional capabilities and our connection to the divine, which is source, which is the seed of our intuition, okay, our souls. These blue bloods want you to believe that they're helping humanity a lot of times. They want you to believe that the structures that they've put in place are for your benefit, when it is actually the opposite. Now, gold is a very important topic to the blue-blooded.
Yeah, exactly. That tracks. Epstein, Maxwell, and crew are just the street-level dealers. Yep, they are. They're all trafficking human beings up to lizards. And they're fine with it because they were grown in a lab. Like, I don't get it, dude. You couldn't catch... I would never be caught dead.
Leviathan reptile beings, because they use it as an alchemistic tool to give them longer lasting life. Okay? Now, energy and alchemy is a very, very, very real thing. However, if you are a different being with a different genetic code, these different minerals and resources on Earth are going to transmute in a different way than they would for someone that is of the human race or of a interdimensional, higher dimensional genetic coding.
I think the orbs are here to fight the Lizzos. The astrology for 2025 is wild. Pluto, Neptune, and Jupiter transiting. Bunch of retrogrades. Everything is going to be different. Let's fucking... Dude, I'm telling you, 2025 is our year. I feel it. It's going to kick ass.
Which I believe many of us are. We just have not awakened to that truth yet. So they have been hoarding gold. You know, you think of these monarchies, what is the number one resource that they're obsessed with hoarding? It has always been gold. That is, I don't want to use the term kryptonite, but it is almost like their fountain of youth, so to speak. So that is why they have taken these commodities out of places like Fort Knox, so it is no longer the people's gold. They are taking it for themselves. It is a very important resource, and I wanted to share that fact because you're going to... So as I'm going through my other video trying to answer all of these questions, I just wanted to make that point because you are going to see something come out about the gold, and there is going to be a massive transfer of wealth that we will see in our lifetimes that has to do with these commodities and resources. Moving forward, one of the questions was, do they appear to be human? The answer is yes, they do have shape-shifting capabilities for some, but others, because they have kept it within their bloodlines, it is more a form of the consciousness that inhabits because of their DNA profile. There are others that will use humanoid or cyborg bodies that they control. You will see a lot of these people in the media. So a lot of these blue bloods are in the media trying to divide and conquer, confuse, and control you with fear. Because if we can be controlled and constantly in a state of fear and constantly pitted against each other, whether it be about race or our beliefs or our political ideologies, we are not aiming at the correct target, which has always been in front of our face. There is not going to be an alien invasion. They have been here. They have always been here. These things that you're seeing in the sky is another means for them to distract you.
Her name is Conscious Cal Official. Conscious Cal Official. I'll drop the link.
Because they are going to have what I would conceptualize as a false disclosure to further confuse and alienate and divide people, because they do see us essentially as their slaves, as they have enslaved humanity from these many, many, many truths. And we have a very unique moment now to unite if we all just come to this unanimous truth. Before they try to take away TikTok, I'm trying to put out as much content as I can to spread
but hey,
awareness.
As long as her mission is to
pump out as much content because she thinks TikTok's gonna get deleted, that's fine by me.
I do think that Luigi Mangioni's judge being married to a former healthcare executive kind of creates some semblance of a conflict of interest. Like, obviously, judges themselves can still be impartial in this circumstance, but the judge in the Luigi Mangione case is married to a former healthcare executive. Pretrial judge in the case involving the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson owns millions in stock, including pharma and healthcare. Magistrate Judge Catherine H. Parker, who's overseeing the pretrial hearings for Luigi Mangione, is married to a former Pfizer executive and holds hundreds of thousands of dollars in stock, including in healthcare companies and pharmaceutical companies, according to her 23 financial disclosures. The judge's ties to the healthcare business are a stark reminder of how pervasive the for-profit industry is in American life, a point made by Mangione himself. Parker's husband, Brett Parker, left Pfizer in 2010, where he served as a vice president and assistant general counsel after holding the same titles at Wyeth, a pharmaceutical manufacturer purchased by Pfizer. According to Parker's disclosures, her husband, Brett, still collects a pension from his time at Pfizer in the form of a Senior Executive Retirement Plan, or SERP. Now, this is just a pretrial judge, but even then, I declare mistrial over conflict of interest. This is a mockery of our wonderful...
I mean, dude, it is a mockery. Oh my God, no. Hassan has the pearls. Oh, brother. They got Hassan. He's going to have blonde hair next month. Watch. He's going to get a black eye, and then he's going to have blonde hair, and he's going to start wearing the red shoes. Oh, God.
Legal institutions. The judge must recuse herself. I do think that Luigi...
She should.
Luigi Mangione's judge... I do...
Whoa.
I do...
Hey y'all, I have videos.
Milton Friedman.
Oh, here's
okay. So now
here's Claire Danes just admitting that the CIA allies itself with legacy media, as if we didn't know that.
one of the things that you do you do this every season where you go get to spend some time with some actual spies?
We do. It's like the coolest part of my job.
Who sets that up? Who calls the CIA and goes, we just like to come in and hang out with you?
What do you mean they all work there? What do you mean they're the ones making the show? Duh.
Yeah, so Henry Bermel, who is one of our founding fathers of Homeland, one of our writers, passed away a number of years ago, but his dad was in the CIA, and his cousin...
Dude, the Pearl thing is like a new part of the occult ritual shit. I don't know, but I think it has something to do with jizz. I don't know. That's what the vibe I keep getting. But it's like a part of the end of... I don't know. Justin Timberlake started wearing them. Bieber wears them. Like, I think it's because... Like, what is it that they're all... I think it's just to... It's like the LeBron, all the guys that have the crown on the crown tattoo, like all the Diddy people. I don't know why they're so into their symbolism, but they're all getting blonde hair and pearls. It's part of their humiliation ritual. Yeah, like the Urban Dictionary meaning of pearl necklace. Exactly, right? If the eyebrows don't split, you must... Oh, yeah, dude, for real. Did you saw, we talked about on stream how they literally, everyone was like, oh, he got a haircut and they shaved his eyebrows so he looks nice. No, dude, they shaved his eyebrows so he looks more like the killer because they fucked up. Because their IDF fucking, their IDF hitman who actually did the murder is not Luigi. Luigi's just the fucking patsy. I'm a patsy. I'm a patsy. Bang, bang, bang. Watch, they're gonna fake... Dude, I hope they fake kill Luigi, and then that will set off the revolution. Just like they did fake kill Lee Harvey Oswald. There's no way Lee Harvey Oswald died. Anyway.
Was a mentee of his father's and was also in the CIA, a very accomplished person there. And he recently retired.
Accomplished at the CIA? You know what that's code for. Monster. Straight up demon monster. His mom's name is Mildred. Paul's mom's name is Mildred. Oh, you can't see it.
But in his retirement, he curates this week-long spy camp for us producers and writers. And
really?
Yeah.
Is it like, you
yeah,
know...
so we park ourselves in a club in Georgetown and talk to, like, real spooks. And, you know, people in the intelligence community and the State Department and journalists and people who really...
What do they tell you that, like, what's the most surprising thing that they've told you about their jobs or something you would need to know from
Well, every year it's different, right? We've been at it for a while, and the climate has changed. But this year it was all about, you know, the distrust between the administration and the intelligence world, and the intelligence community was suddenly kind of allying itself with journalists, which usually they're not.
How long ago did you start shooting this season? Okay, so
see how Stephen Colbert cut her off there? Stephen Colbert freaks out and changes the subject immediately after Claire Danes admits that the CIA allies itself with legacy media and mainstream journalists. Let's listen again.
Now, one of the things that you do...
The community was suddenly kind of allying itself with journalists, which distrust between the administration and the intelligence world, and the intelligence community was suddenly kind of allying itself with journalists, which usually they're not.
How long ago did you start shooting this season? Okay, so now one of the things that you do...
He had to make sure that she stopped talking about that. Stop.
Is this how we evolve?
Hi, I'm Christoph Brand, the Amazing Etchman. I'm a professional portrait artist, and let's talk about Luigi for a minute. We see these two pictures that the police have presented, one in the McDonald's and one, I guess, on the street, and they're supposedly in the same place. I don't know, but there's two pictures that they're presenting as the only two pictures of supposedly Luigi. One where he started the crime and one where they picked him up. And I'm going to tell you, as a portrait artist, that's not the same person. I've done 45,000 portraits in my life.
Jason, I would love to see that eyewitness. Where did you see it, on TikTok?
At least. At Etch-a-Sketch, and I do speed portraits, and I have to, by the minute, look at people's faces and scrutinize their features. And I'm going to tell you right now, Batman would never, ever... There's no superhero that I would never be able to guess their secret identity. Okay, features do not lie. And we look at the bridge of the nose, we look at the elongated chin. That's not something you can distort and fake on video. So, something's going on here, but I'm telling you that that man, Luigi, is not the same man in the photo. It's not the same person. So, I don't know what's going on, but just from my professional opinion as a portrait artist of 20 years, not the same person. And anyone who's going to tell you, and I've been a courtroom sketch artist, so any person that tells you that, I don't know what they're playing at here. And I think they're trying to find a fall guy. Yeah. And I think this guy is the fall guy. And I don't know if they have enough evidence.
Yeah, we've been saying this, right, Amanda?
It's here. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of fish. Like, why would he have any of this? Like, he has a manifesto on him. I think he's either working with somebody, or he is taking the fall, or he is in conspiracy with some group of people. But there is no way.
Yeah, the Federal Bureau of Instigators. That is exactly who he's in bed with.
None of this makes sense to me. And that picture is not him.
It makes sense when you realize that the whole world is run by Nazis. They hid after World War II. It was like a magic trick. Literally a magic trick. They said they all died in Nuremberg, and then they created a whole bunch of people out of thin air. And then they made them do demonic shit to us all day.
It's not him. That you can tell by the smile is different. The jaw is different. The bridge of the nose is different. Even like the growth of the eyebrows.
Yeah.
From arrest.
Dude, they think we're so stupid, Gary.
To his eyebrows grow that quick? Yeah, something ain't right here. Hi, I'm Christoph Brand, the Amazing Etchman. I'm a professional portrait artist, and let's talk about Luigi for a minute. We see these two...
Why are the Black Panthers building their own medical center?
Well, first of all, the Black Panther Party are tuned to the needs of black people and other oppressed people. It's opened a free medical center for the same purpose we opened a free breakfast center, free breakfast program. It's to let the people know that we are concerned with their basic needs and desires, and also to educate the people to the fundamentals of socialism, and also to heighten the contradictions within this capitalistic system. When I mean heighten the contradictions, all I'm saying is that just let the people be aware of the fact that the Black Panther Party, an organization which only been existing since 1966, is taking care of people, helping them as far as health care is concerned, and the federal government with all its wealth and resources not doing anything on a major scale, you know. We in the Black Panther Party believe that that there is violence in this system. When I say violence, I'm not talking about the overt violence usually associated with the club, the knife, or the gun. I'm talking about the violence perpetuated.
Why are the Black Panthers building their own medical center?
Well, first of all...
Dude, why'd they cut him off? He was fucking cooking. Like a Lev here. Dead angels still fighting Paul. Bet I'm invisible, bro. Paul's probably mesmerized, maybe even in a trance. Lizoid hypnosis. This was playing for a while by accident. Yeah, what do you got to say about this, Paul? Amanda said, Paul's been real quiet since this dropped. Dude, Alev fucking taunting Paul with the guitar is so fucking good.
Greetings, students. My name is Dr. Alexander W. Leffering. I am a master's in moonology, morphogenetics of Earth and moon rotation, toroidometry, and the physics of astrologicomorphoprolanthric occurrences from Earth University, Southside. Now I just wanted to come with a quick lesson today to address some mis and disinformation that I have been seeing out riding the waves. Oh! Now, generally, I stay out of the sphere of debate. However, with the information on this topic, I feel I'm specially qualified to address the allegations that I am hearing. So, what am I hearing? It's come to my attention that there is a sect of individuals who is completely and utterly dissatisfied with the round, voluptuous, cheeky swingers that our mother mommy Gaia has. To say that is flat is complete lunacy, utter hypocrisy.
How dare you?
Where's a rounder one? Now that the allegations are squashed, I'd like to let you guys in on the true secret of our mother mommy Gaia's round big ol' thickum. Once you are in tune with mother mommy Gaia and she trusts you, she will reveal the true nature of herself. Not only is she round, she has holes. She will show you that truly she is toroidal and reveal her sucking and blowing holes to you. No diss to the ones who call Mother Mommy flat, but you will never, never see the holes of my mommy Gaia. Greetings, students. My name is Dr.
Alexander. Gaia's
Alexander.
Holes from all flat earthies. Sorry, it's just what's gotta happen, boys.
Hey, we're gonna...
It's just what is going to happen. Oh, wait. That video was so funny.
I'm not driving, this is AI.
I'm not driving, this is AI. Let's go, bro. Fuck yeah, bro. I'm not driving, it's AI.
Paul.
That
maybe not everything is true that you've heard about me.
And you get a search warrant, you're looking at somebody's computers.
Oh wait, let's check on This is
that maybe not everything is true that you've heard about me.
Jason, you got to search.
bullshit.
And the way it's blown outward. Now, Pfizer bombs on.
The hall, you no.
The hall, you never thought that hip hop would take.
Yo, you boys want fucking evidence of the.
All right, let's
Have
fucking
the
watch.
billionaires figured out?
Here, let's watch Bush the Father first. Or no, let's watch the Orphan Train video first.
Man, I got some awesome stuff to present to you.
And it's God rules, dude.
In this video, folks, this is Tony. Man, I got some
We love God rules.
awesome stuff to
What up, Sexy Stokes?
present to you. In this video, folks, this is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. I found out some new stuff, folks, that connects all my other things that I've discussed with regards to the 1800s.
God, a bunch of fucking all these first-time chatters. You're gonna get fucking banned. Hey, bro, can you rate my gym progress? That feels like a spam bot. Prove you're not a spam bot.
We're going to be talking about Sigmund Freud and how he is also in on this. I talked about John Kellogg not too long ago. I think they're all interestingly, of course, tied. And actually, it comes into lots of really interesting developments that I came across with regards to this. So what am I talking about? So obviously, you've seen these buildings before. I've mentioned this before. You have these buildings that are extremely extravagant in America's early history in the 1800s. And when you start looking into these buildings, it seems like they're built in a year's time or 2 years' time.
No, we're not talking about Gym Journey. Thanks, though.
And they got the most ridiculous stories to them. Like, let me show you one building. There's this one building that was built in 1 year's time and was given as a wedding gift, allegedly. This is what they're saying. I think it was this one. Is it this one? Yeah, I think it was this. It was this one. This building here, built as a wedding gift. Are you kidding me? Allegedly in a year's time by, Whitmer and Sons. Just some random construction company. Took them a year to build it. Just him and his sons just went over there and built it really quickly. Yeah, okay. I don't believe you, really. I mean, honestly, they would have to have a team of like 300 people with power tools and all the latest technology to build this puppy. On top of that, having a bunch of artists to build the architecture and sculptures at the top. Yet for some reason, a team of a few people with horse and buggy, no power tools, somehow built that thing.
Wait, just a quick Luigi break. Eyewitness says the shooter was waiting outside the entire night. Fed said Luigi Mangione left his hotel at 5:35. They're two different people. They for sure are, dude.
That ought Z. And then I called 911. But yeah, maybe someone else already called. But the guy, he was here in this corner the whole night. Yeah.
Who was on the corner?
The guy who shot the guy.
Who was standing across the street?
He's standing here.
The whole night. Luigi is a patsy. Luigi is a patsy. Boom, bloop.
And then also, by the way,
Dude, God rules. Dad mode is going. They're saying hand tools, brothers. Love this man.
they tore it down a couple years later and rebuilt it. Apparently 3 times, they claim. Like, what? What? You know what I mean? Like, these stories just make no sense. Here's a building that's in Minnesota. And interestingly, it has a number on the side that says 1889. Some say maybe they added the M to it. What this guy was pointing out in this video is that these stones are unbelievably heavy. In the City Hall building, 40,000 pounds. Some of the biggest stones in this building are 40,000 pounds. This thing is pure stone. Okay? This thing is unbelievably heavy. Made of granite, folks. Granite stone. The entire building is just pure granite stone. Look at the design on the stone.
Dude, Fairy Flowers, I love God Rules too. He's so fucking good. He's a breath of fresh air. I just want dads. I want dad YouTubers. That's it. I'm done with all the fucking hottie influencers. All of them are dead to me. I want dads who are too scared to show their face on camera, like Minutes of Horror, but have the greatest laugh of all time. We're gonna listen to some of that later. Dude, every single time we watch a Minutes of Horror from now on, we're gonna have to listen to that. It's so good. But yeah, between Minutes of Horror, his dad content, and fucking God Rules 2's dad content, why would we need anyone else? We don't need Hassan anymore. You know what I mean? He's dead to us. We have God Rules 2.
How did they build that without power tools?
Woke dads that are also kind of a little spicy, you know what I mean? Like, kind of have some fucking harebrained ideas too. We don't want them totally on the rails, right?
No power tools, horse and buggy, 40,000-pound stones. Isn't this kind of like the Great Pyramid? Like, we don't know how this was built. No one just never asked the question. They always ask it about the Great Pyramid. They just don't ask about these buildings downtown in Minnesota at the City Hall that you can't build anymore. We just build these weird Kroger and Walmart buildings out of like thin metal, right? This is built out of granite.
Yeah, right. Hassan was way too hunky and dude, I liked old Hassan. New Hassan is starting to look like he's zamped up. Something's going on, right? It's like his head is just shrinking even more than it was. I love him, but but yeah, it's like he got too hunky and was getting too much exposure. Of course, he got super subbed and pearled necklaced. You know what I mean? Dude, especially now, all these occult weirdos, you got to know about the pearl necklace thing. Run away. Stop being a demon. What is going on? Hassan who?
Will last for thousands of years, potentially. Perhaps it already has. We don't know.
What up, Dicroic?
But, Whitmer and Sons built this in 1 year. I'm not saying, I don't know who built this one. I'm just joking. It's just like, what? So, of course, interestingly, perhaps some people knew about all this. Perhaps some people back then knew these buildings were clearly not made by, us. They kind of knew all that was going on, that these things were there in these cities or remnants of ruins of a city before new city folk came in from the settlers to America. And perhaps there's a number of people that knew this stuff and remembered it and were telling stories about it. Now, an interesting theory came about. I heard about it from a YouTuber who heard about it from someone else. I think it was a woman that came up with this theory. What?
Fuck, we gotta, dude. He's listening to women. God Rules 2 is listening to women. Fuck. We can't trust him anymore. No longer, boys.
Now this comes back to the whole topic of orphan trains. Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? Like, there was some strange.
You know what my theory is? Yeah, the orphan trains were all about getting white babies everywhere to start their white race war. Or at least just programmable fucking oafs, you know what I mean?
Things in the 1800s where they had just unbelievable amounts of orphans. Unbelievable amounts. I think it was like, I can't remember the number, but it was a ridiculous number. A huge percentage of the
Don't forget about the incubator babies. Don't forget.
Population. Just where do they all come from, right? A lot of people are asking this question. And there's a lot of, theories that people have had where they came from. This one seems the most believable, most practical, most pragmatic, I can't see how this is not it. Check this out. They also...
Bro, better say clones.
Also had another thing that was very prevalent in the 1800s. At the exact same time, they had these orphan trains and orphans in huge amounts. They also had huge amounts of insane asylums at the exact same time.
Yeah, to reprogram everyone who is a problem. I know about that.
Perhaps the parents were in the insane asylums. They had massive amounts of insane asylums back then. Okay? And what was the common reason they were put into these insane asylums?
For talking about fucking Tartaria, I bet.
Religious fervor. Are you a little bit too religious, folks?
Yeah, are you a little spiritual? Are you a spiritual person? That's coming for us again.
You a little religious? Maybe you need to go to this place. You're too religious. A little bit of this, a little bit of this up there, got a couple screws.
Yeah, America, wasn't it founded on religious persecution? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Dude, the fucking hypocrisy is breaking my brain. This can't be real. This country was founded on religious freedom. And you're going to say that like 100 years ago, they put people in fucking facilities for being spiritual? That couldn't happen again, right? Like, we would have to have a bunch of Nazis running everything for that to happen again. Shit. Oh, brother.
Here's loose, Yes, indeed, but perhaps it wasn't really about religious so much, but perhaps they knew something, some history. When stop talking. You're talking too much, dude. You got a little bit too much religious fervor there. You need to go to that building over there, dude. Yeah, we don't like what you're talking about, bro.
At this point, I actually do not believe in schizophrenia. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm so checked out from all of the fucking... Yeah, all of the... what do they call it? Pathologizing us? It's all bullshit. All of it. Fucking autism. Fucking everything. It's just, they're just pathologizing our, like, special talents. Especially now that everyone's talking about this telepathy tapes that I need to go listen to. But it sounds like nonverbal autistic kids are fucking telepathic with their parents, bro. That sounds fucking right. I bet schizophrenic people are literally talking to people in different dimensions. I know that, like, I don't need Adderall to get through the day because I have ADHD and I can't stay focused on doing fucking paperwork and bullshit all day, I need Adderall because I don't want to work all day. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Oh, you're sad. It's because your brain's broken. No, you're sad because we live in hell, dude. We all have to work so much. We all have nothing. We never spiral up. Everything is about competition. It fucking breaks you. It hurts you. We have zoochosis. That is what we have. Our brains are not fucking broken. Freud can suck my dick. All these fucking therapists. I haven't even had honey right now. But all these but I am thinking about getting another glass, you know what I mean? But all these fucking therapists, dude, they're all feds. It's all a system of control. The whole fucking thing. The whole motherfucker. It's all a system of control and to fucking silence the light bringers, try and get them to be drug addicts, try and do anything to keep them from thinking and fucking vibing with the planet. You know what I mean? So, I don't blame you. I think it is all a crock of shit. It's all just, dude, now that I see how much control they do to us, I can't unsee it. It's everything. It's literally everything. It's such an assault, it's crazy. It's our food, it's our healthcare, it's the fucking, they took the sun away from us, like, they're poisoning all of our water, all of our rivers. They're ruining everything. It's such an assault, it's insane. So, yeah, even down to our mental health. They don't give a fuck. We are just a big science experiment for them that they eat. And that's why people need to give a shit about this. Yeah, it's the systems and control. I hate competition. It's so lame. Yeah, dude. You're sad because we live in hell, literally. Exactly. Yeah, I think psychosis is literally just being unsupported in the way you need to. Yeah. And if you're spot on with something, you're called manic. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, back to fucking dad. Snap the band. What did I do? Wait, did I say something? All right, I'll do it anyway. Ooh.
Stop talking about.
I think this is having the opposite effect. This isn't working the way that it's supposed to work.
About that stuff. So this is kind of what's going on with this whole thing. And
whoa, I have a nonverbal 3-year-old. He can see through my eyes and read his nana's mind. Let's fucking go, dude. Telepathy is real. Yeah, it's like a way to negate your abilities by, yeah, like making it a mental illness. Exactly. I've seen psychiatrists my whole life, and I quit going when I realized none of them even got close to asking me about my childhood. Yeah. When I was pregnant, I had Reiki and energy healing, so I thought it was that, but the telepathy tapes were insightful. Fuck yeah, dude, I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, competition or capitalism claims competition is natural to humans when it's actually cooperation. Exactly. That's my whole theory, dude. When we are not being fucked with, we are not like this at all. Everyone's like, "Oh, what? America's going to collapse and like we're going to come together?" Yeah, I think so. I do think so. Yeah. I do. Everyone's fed up. And when bad shit happens, we come together, we drop all the bullshit. We don't look at who you are. If we have a canoe, we go and fucking pick you up in it, or a kayak or whatever, you know, like that's what normal people do, not fucking lizard humping losers. But you know, it might be messy, but it'll be better than this. This is certainly messy, you know what I mean? But they want us to think that we're like evil and like we're capable of horrible shit all the time, and that's why they do these false flags. But dude, literally every false flag, every fucking like major disaster / horrible shooting is literally the FBI. Isn't that crazy? It's not even us, dude. We don't act like this. We fucking cooperate when we're left to our own devices. That's why they have to keep fucking with us, because otherwise we'll build the Tower of Babel again. That's what we do, bro. We build the Tower of Babel and they have to come down and kick it over like a bunch of little bitches. Always. The Tower of Babel, Atlantis, every time, bro. They're gonna fucking come back when we fucking kick their asses out this time. They're not gonna quit. They're a bunch of losers. Can't make shit, can't do shit, ugly as fuck, smell bad, wear jeans when they're napping. Fucking dummies, dude. Hate them. Anyway.
And we're actually, like I said, we're going to be getting into a ton of stuff. I talked about that, and I got into sort of my whole theory that I've talked about before about the Middle Ages, 1,000 years, that was actually tied in perfectly with the apocryphal texts that say it was the millennial, kingdom. And I got into all that on my first video over on my other channel, God Rules. But I'm going to be getting into some other stuff in this video that I didn't even get a chance to get into in that video. So if you want to know about that, go check out my first video over on God Rules, because I get into detail and tying what I just talked about with...
Dude, I did bring it up. It slipped through. Well, okay. Well, I snapped it, so I'm good for that one.
Sigmund Freud in with all that, because Sigmund Freud was all about the whole topic of religious fervor. So I'll get into a little bit of that here in a minute, but I'm going to get into a number of other things. Some interesting things I found with maps, and it ties in with some other symbols and things. Very interesting. We'll get into a lot of stuff in this video, folks. First, I got to mention Food Supply, 25-year shelf life. Link is in the description. They have a lot of different options available, but they have this 1 year. I would call it a steal at this point, folks. Look at the price. 1 year's worth of food for $1,988. Now, sounds like a big price at first glance, but go look at your Kroger bill, folks, for the 5-year shelf life, WAR. Definitely want to get that book just in case. Link is in the description. Of course, also, they have a deal going on. You ending up having all your money go up in price. I'm going to be putting an exclusive video, a basic interview before, a guy who had this theory, $1 in value, in the not so distant future as things go forward. Saw this theory on. With regards to I'll be putting an exclusive video interviewing the guy who had this theory. I told you I had a video, I'm sorry, I had a channel that I saw this theory on with regards to the orphans. And it's actually a guy I interviewed before about 8 years ago. Here's his channel right here. This guy, his name's Paul. He and I are already in talks right now. We're going to...
Paul? Run, brother.
Basically...
Yeah, the whole narrative they use about all of us turning on each other has a name. It's called elite panic. Yeah, it's when they all fucking go and live in their bunkers, right? And then they're like, okay, fight each other, and then we build fucking cathedrals. Dude, the second they go in their bunkers, we're concreting them. We are, bro. Elite panic is a term coined by Rutgers researchers to describe the behavior of members of the elite class during disaster events, typically characterized by a fear of civil disorder and the shifting of focus away from disaster relief towards implementing measures of command and control. Cucks. Disaster sociologist Kathleen Tierney describes elite panic as being based in fear of social disorder, fear of poor minorities and immigrants, obsession with looting and property crime, willingness to resort to deadly force, and actions taken on the basis of rumor. Yeah. They're a bunch of cucks, though.
I'm going to have him on my podcast, and it'll be an exclusive video in the membership section, $4.95 a month. First month is free. Link is in the description. I'm going to be doing that very soon here. It'll probably be up there in a week. But we're going to go deep dive into this topic even more than we're going to do in this video here. All right? Let's get back to the video. So we got lots of stuff to talk about. Now, with regard to Sigmund Freud, it's very interesting how Sigmund Freud and also John Kellogg both seemingly come out of nowhere with their...
JH, are you saying I sound like Alex Jones with the fucking, the therapy and the fucking, you know, the mental health system? Dude, I honestly didn't used to think like this, but I have been abused by this system so much I can't see through it anymore. And dude, think about it. What are the root causes of everyone's depression? Is it that your brain is broken? Or is it that the fucking world is miserable, right? Like, people can't clock it because they don't know anything else. But dude, this world we live in is straight up misery. The TV is nothing but chaos. It's like screaming and fucking violence and blood and gore constantly and horrible shit happening all the time. And then you got to go fucking work all day. You know, it's like no one ever gets a second to rest. Your job is to just make more babies and fucking, you know, be miserable and be isolated. Go live in your fucking house that you don't have any community or friends or family or anything for. Yeah, it's a machine for pigs. For sure, dude. But I never thought like this before until I got fucking straight up pummeled by the system. So, but now I see through it, cuz dude, I mean, think about it. All of the like Sigmund Freud, Nazi. I mean, all of these German motherfuckers that were famous, it's because they played ball. Sounds like he made the case for locking people up for religious fervor. You know what I mean? But all the pharmaceutical companies are German Nazi companies. You know, to this day, it's all built on like the German mental health bullshit, and they suck. It's all about control, dude. They're literally, it's like a spy operation too. Like they write down all your secrets and then give them to their fucking higher ups for sure. So everyone's problem is not your brain, it's capitalism. That's what it is. So yeah, and now, especially with the spiritual shit, like, yeah, like there's something with autism and shit that is, they have, like, so many of them have super special talents and shit, you know what I mean? So it's like they want us to ignore them, but I think that they are on to some cool ass shit, you know what I mean? So yeah, I do kind of sound like Alex Jones in that way, but I guess. But whatever.
Fuck him. He's right about, I mean, he talks about lizard people too, right? There's some stuff that the Fed Alex Jones gets right. Just not everything. He certainly doesn't talk about the Nazis. That's a big one that he's hiding from everyone. He should, though. His fans would eat it up. He would have to get a new family, though.
Ideas, folks. And interestingly, with regards to these institutions that apparently are popping up everywhere back then, there were so many, it was ridiculous, putting people in for religious fervor, folks. And interestingly, that also was what Sigmund Freud was focused on back in the 1800s. Religious fervor, folks.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, indeed, you're too religious. And actually, I don't think it was...
Nietzsche was the only one who was a straight shooter when he called out master-slave morality as the entire basis for Western civilization. That literally is it. Yeah, master-slave morality. That's all they care about. They just want to dominate everyone.
It was necessarily that.
I think I need to take a hiatus on the Discord party just for a little bit. I was talking with Alev about this, but it's funny. The Discord seems to be a place where the feds really just want my attention all the time, and it's it sucks because when it's not drama, it's fucking awesome. But it feels like every month the Discord becomes a thing that is meant to fucking detract and distract and suck energy from me. So that's kind of why I pull away from it occasionally, you know what I mean? And just from all the federal activity that's been going on the last 2 weeks, I'm also just I'm exhausted and I don't have as much control in that setting. And I feel like it disjoints chatters with the people in the video. And it's like two separate parties. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of a hiatus on Nitwitch Friday just until we get rid of our fiddle diddle doos, if that ever happens. And again, it's about protecting energy. It's protecting my energetic ley lines. I'm sorry, I'm being a little selfish about this, but I need to protect myself right now. Because I'm getting it's an all-out assault, bro. The shit with them fucking with my phone is getting really old. Fucking with my accounts and all that stuff, so I've got to and we know that some of the big talkers I don't have control, and I need to have control right now. And we need to not be sidelined, I think. So, sorry, dudes. I hope that no one is upset, but that is, that's how I feel right now. I think I need to do it. It's not you guys, it's me. But I love you guys.
It was more along the lines of maybe they knew some stuff about, of course, our history. Maybe you wouldn't stop talking about it. I don't know. That could be a reason. Who knows? Just a theory. We don't know if it's true, right? It is interesting, though, trying to explain where all these orphans came from. It makes perfect sense. It would be from these, of course, parents that were in these institutions. Obviously, where else would they come from? Thin air?
That's okay. Sorry, just joined back. I was just going to say I just wanted a chance to say my appreciation and prove I'm not a Fed, but that could be something a Fed would say. LOL. Well, I think you saying your appreciation, Feds don't know how to do that. They're cucks. No, the good ones do. No, just hang out. We'll be able to get to the bottom of it. We always do. We always do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. I'm glad that you are not upset. Sorry, and also I meant to say that early. I meant to say that at the beginning of the episode, and I forgot. So thank you for. Yeah, and it's I love talking with you guys too, for sure. It's not dead forever. We'll bring it back. I just need to let things settle down for a minute. You know what I mean? I think the thing on Saturday was little, and that doesn't count. Fuck it. Ooh. The thing on Saturday, does that count? No, I was finishing my first thought. That brought a lot of heat, I believe, and it's I'm feeling the heat, but not really. You know what I mean? Because I'm invincible and literally nothing can stop me. So, nothing can stop any of us Tartarian starseeds, babies. Nothing. Nothing. Not a single thing. And that's also why I just got to protect myself, because I need myself to be strong as fuck to fight these motherfuckers all the time, right? That's just my thought process.
Break. So obviously they had to come from somewhere. Freud considered God a fantasy based on infantile need for dominant father figure, with religion as a necessity in the development of early civilization. Really? You know what my theory is, Sigmund Freud? That you were there to make sure that certain things, of course, weren't known. That's kind of my thoughts on this. Perhaps because you could put those type of people in these places, and then they couldn't talk anymore about some of the things in our history, like where this building.
No, Fairy Flower, sorry. Earlier in the episode, I explained it, but I'm thinking about this stuff as energy, right? Everything. And especially like with witchcraft and spell casting and stuff. But me invoking these people's names and rehashing it, like I do feel like I've felt all that I've needed to feel. I've said everything that I've needed to say. That's why I'm saying it. No one's making me do anything. But I just I was joking that I have a rubber band on so that every time that I bring it up, I'm gonna snap myself so that I stop bringing it up. Because if they are doing like witchcraft shit against me, which they aren't and they can't, because no one can fucking do any witchcraft against me because I'm so fucking protected, you know? But like even saying shit like that, you know what I mean? Makes the likelihood of it happening go up, you know? So you can't, it's like almost like you speaking that shit manifests it, right? So and also now that I'm thinking about it too, I think that the person who told me not to talk about them did it because they knew that I would then go, I'm going to talk about them. And that's, I think, what they want, because they want me to spend all my time on it, right? They don't want me to spend my time talking about fucking the Cabbage Patch babies and all the clone children and the orphans, or either that or it's from kids that they fucking kill, you know, they killed all their Tartarian parents, but it seems like all the orphans look pretty white, so I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there. But you know what I mean? So it's if we think about it as like energy ley lines, like everything is, right? The way that we actually bleed them out so that they disappear and evaporate is to not invoke their name ever again. Don't think about them. Break the energetic ties between you and them. Complete fucking cut off. You know what I mean? I'm just trying that for now. And I think it's better for me too. But no one's making me do it. I'm doing it for me.
Building came from. Clearly you didn't build this with horse and buggy. Don't give me that. It's super obvious as a mechanical engineer and as actually an architectural designer, which that's what I basically was trained in both. That's super obvious to me. That was clearly not made by a team of 3 or 5 or 10 over, you know, whatever length of time they say, usually a year, 2 years, 3 years. You clearly didn't build that in that length of time by those people with no power tools and horse and buggy. There's no way you built that. And usually these people are like 20 years old. They just came out of nowhere. No one knew who they were. There was no articles about them before they built these buildings. And I've covered that actually before, some as well. But it's interesting. Also, a lot of these buildings, they end up in a fire. Just out of nowhere, just randomly. This happens all the time. Almost every city. I mean, there's literally bazillions of these, folks. Like, almost every time you turn around with one of these old world buildings, it catches on fire. It's gone. We even saw it with what was the cathedral? Come on. It's a super famous one. Notre Dame Cathedral. We saw that, what was that, like 10 years ago? All out of nowhere, a fire. It's so weird. Almost all these old world buildings, every single time, same exact thing happens. It's weird. Makes you kind of wonder, right? And of course, then afterwards, they're able to build it in 1 year's time. 3 people with no power tools. Makes total sense. With 40,000 pound stones, pure granite. which we, of course, never do either. Extremely expensive, by the way.
Fairy flowers, yoga. It's yoga. That's also the reason I can be like, with it. It's all the yoga, baby. But no, I don't let myself I don't punch shit. When you want to know when I'm really mad is when I'm quiet. If I'm dead quiet, ooh, man, I'm fucking spitting mad. And I'll be like this. Nothing's wrong. No, nothing's wrong. If you ever see that, run. Run, run, run. No, nothing's wrong.
Who built these buildings? And why did they get rid of most of them? The guy who got rid of most of them was King Henry VII, which, according to history, was the one who got rid of lots of them in Europe. Yet, even though he got rid of a lot of them, there's still tons left, even after him. And he was around the 1500s. So in the 1800s, they started doing this even more. And again, you had all these in these world fairs and stuff. They would have these locations with incubators, and you could literally get one.
Dude, Dad might actually get the clonage. Dad might get to it. That feels like a stretch for Dad, but Dad might get there. Let's hope, right?
They're just handing them out like candy or something, right? Why? Where would their parents go? Probably to this place.
Yeah, when I get real quiet, it's not good.
And of course, there's a TV show actually based off this called The Little Rascals. And that's another topic. We're not going to get into it here, but I wanted to get into a lot of things. So if you want to understand sort of the foundation of what I'm talking about, I'm going to just kind of explain it very quickly. If you want to hear the actual details, go check my other video out. If you want to see some real details, go to my website, Jira Videos, and I got a number of videos where I go into great detail about the millennial, kingdom.
Yeah, right, dude? Blanche said, I love how God Dad... You got Cat Dad and God Dad. I love how God Dad is getting into this shit. He seems like he wouldn't be into this level of discovery. I know, right? Look at his polo, dude. I love him. I love him. He's got Mr. T on his wall. Like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Where do you guys think he lives? Like, Ohio or something? Yeah, where do you think he lives? I feel like he's like a Midwestern dad. Maybe like Chicago?
Which was the Middle Ages. But basically the idea is apocryphal texts actually...
Ooh, does he have any accent? I can't... Gotta be an Ohioan? Hell yeah.
Predicted this would happen.
PA, okay, I could see that.
Happen. Where did it go?
Oh, he did mention Kroger once, you're right. Yeah, probably Midwest. I could see like Cincinnati or something.
I got it around here somewhere. I know I do. Okay. This is not it. Here it is. Okay. Got too many things.
I'm not going to seek it out, but when we eventually learn where he is, we're going to all be like, oh, you know what I mean?
Open. So this one is one example. This is Bartholomew. Elijah and Enoch come at these 6,000 years. Okay.
Yeah, fucking God Dad is in deep, right? I agree. I that's why I love him so much. He doesn't seem like a bro who would fucking be in the swamp, in the trenches with us. Like, dude, I feel like it would take one conversation with him for him to understand the Nazi thing. He'd be like, yo, that makes sense. He'd be totally reasonable about it. Unlike me.
Then you have, of course, Nicodemus here. Because thou canst by any means obtain it till the last day and times, namely, till 5,500 years be past. Then the Son will come upon the earth. This is when the King of Kings was born, is at 5,500 according to this text. There's actually many texts that say the exact same thing. The book of Adam. Then at the 5,500th year, the beloved Son will come upon the earth. He will be in the river Jordan. Sound familiar? It's talking about the King of Kings, way before he came. Then you have this one here. At the end of a great 5 days and a half, concerning I've made thee promise to thee and thy father, I will send my word. We're talking the Logos, to save thee and thy seed. Then you have one here. There's multiple of these books. There's several books all saying the exact same thing. Now, of course, it says in Daniel that they'll try to change the times and seasons, which actually they successfully did. Here's an example of the actual correct times. The Greek Septuagint, the Sumerian Pentateuch, Flavius Josephus, the historian, all have the exact accurate dates for these people. in the OT, in Genesis. The one that everyone believes, by the way, the one that you're taught everywhere, by the way, is the wrong one, which is the Hebrew Masoretic one. Notice they took 100 years off each person. Let me show you how it looks on a map. This is the accurate one. Notice it flows quite well in normal, like you would expect, father to son, right? But let's go down to what they teach you today and tell you is 100% accurate. This is what they teach you today. Notice Noah lived all the way to the time of almost Abraham. Melchizedek lived all the way to almost to the time of Isaac, or actually almost Jacob even.
Yo.
This is what they teach today, where they deleted these hundreds of years. Why did they do this? Of course, it has to do with the whole topic of the order of Melchizedek. I've actually talked about that in another video. But the fact is, this time frame, this original timeline that all the ancient historians, all of them agreed upon, by the way, all. That's what they don't tell you. So what we're taught today is actually something that was modified. It's actually AM3. So if you go to Google and type in AM timeline, it will actually claim the AM timeline is the one that's commonly
Place bets on his location. Let's dox him. I want address. We're gonna display his address.
taught today, which is AM3. But actually, if you go to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the one that they can't change, that was actually on your bookshelf, is actually a printed book. Can't mysteriously change digital numbers and stuff and letters and sentences and definitions. You can't change that on a printed book, right? The Encyclopedia Britannica, if you go look at that thing, it shows you how that actually there was 3 AMs. Jerome, the first AM is the one we were already showing you. I already showed you the first AM, which is right here. And that's the one that all the historians agreed upon. St. Theophilus of Antioch, Flavius Josephus, etc., they all agree on this. Then you go over to what they were trying to change, the times and seasons, as Daniel says. We have St. Jerome, allegedly St. Jerome. He's called a saint, but I wouldn't call him a saint. He tried to change the times and seasons first. Jerome tried to change it to AM2 by claiming that the King of Kings was born 300 years earlier. He purposely tried to change the dates because he didn't like the fact that people were saying in his time frame that it was the end, of course, of the world. So everyone knew this, that at the fall of the Roman Empire, 6000 AM was the end. Everyone knew this. But Jerome and Augustine were trying to change this, trying to get people to, no, don't believe that. Interesting that they were trying to do that. And then, of course, after that, you have AM3, which is what everyone believes today, which tells you that you're in the year 5784. When in reality, what year are you really in? About 7530. So we're actually at 500 years after the millennial, of course, kingdom. The first 6,000 years are the first 6 days. The last day was the Sabbath, which is the 1,000 years, is the millennial, of course, kingdom, which is the Middle Ages. We are 500 years after that. According to Revelation, we're in that short season after the devil gets out of course, the pit. Interestingly, right after the 1500s, that's when we had the Age of the Enlightenment. We had the scientific revolution. And if you look at what Sigmund Freud was saying here, where'd it go? I got too many windows open again. Here we go. Sigmund Freud, what did he say? He said that religion was fantasy. And now it can be discarded because we're in the favor of science and reason. So science
sounds pretty Nazi ideology like. Nazi ideology? Sounds like a Nazi ideology.
Science and reason gave you Slurpees and Twinkies. It gave you Walmart. This beautiful.
What's the 5 eras theory? The 5 eras, like what? What's his face is always talking about? Lucius Aurelius. I like that. If that's what you're talking about.
Architecture called Walmart. I mean,
is the phantom time hypothesis the one where they just deleted like 1,000 years or something?
Goodness gracious. I mean, this building's like a bazillion times better than Walmart, right? Made out of granite, made out of actual stone. It's not made out of some thin metal. Obviously, this thing's way bigger than Walmart. Walmart might be like this little section here or something. That's like a Walmart right there, made out of metal. This thing's made out of like stone, or maybe brick. And a lot of the cases are made out of brick, which, by the way, is an interesting topic as well. I covered it also. Brick can hold a charge, which we covered in a previous video as well. But that's for another time. So let's get over to some of the new stuff that we're going to talk about in this video. Getting into this, here's something interesting I just saw. This was on Joe Rogan. This man was interviewed on Joe Rogan. Let's see if I can get it on the screen better. Apparently, a lot of people are born with a certain birthmark on their gluteus maximus, let's call it that, a blue birthmark. And what's really interesting about this, let me just play a little bit of this. You'll see what I'm getting at.
On your ass?
Notice a lot of Asians are born with a giant blue birthmark on their ass. Really? Yeah. They say it's all
cool.
By the way, and he gets into more. Check this out. I'm going to point out something really interesting.
Sorry, it's just funny
all the way
that he
from
just
something
goes.
Genghis Khan did.
It's just funny that he goes. A lot of Asians have a giant blue birthmark on their ass.
So I was born with a blue ass, Joe.
Mongolian spot is present on
Show
over
us.
90%.
Native American. Notice that it's is present on 90% of Native Americans.
Okay.
Now again, we've talked about the history of Native Americans. They come from many different places. If you look at their
Dude, was Genghis Khan part of Tartaria? Was he not actually a mongrel horde? That would be what a bunch of white supremacists would say, right? Wait, right? Like, if it's attached to fucking Genghis Khan. Yeah, the Mongols. But they would call them a mongrel horde, right? That's what white fucking lizard worshipping white supremacists would say. I don't know. Do I have the good luck M? I don't think so. Or is that the M? Is that what it is? Is that it? Oh, I do got it. Let's go. I was legit someone asked me like last week and I was legit looking at my hand. I was like, I don't see an M. But I can see it in the when it's flipped. Okay, cool. What does it mean? Monkey? Return to monkey?
language and compare it to languages in the Middle East, they come from Assyria, ancient Babylon, Israel, Egypt. A lot of these American Indian tribes come from a lot of different places. But what's interesting is there was a people also in America that were probably essentially mating with them and things like that, that gave them these blue birthmarks. Obviously something related to Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, of course, was a nomad. His tribes were nomads. Again, they lived in yurts. Yurts or yurtas.
Well, that's what they were told, right? Maybe they built fucking state capitals. I don't know. Who the fuck knows, dude? I don't know.
Or these circular houses.
Yeah, dude, when we're not talking about witches that we don't like, we'll say bad witch or wicked witch. We love our witchy MILF mommies for sure, dude. Our good witches are witches that don't do baneful evil magic. Fuck yeah, dude. So we'll try and make sure that the clarification is always for the bad wicked witches, okay? Talking about a witch, although I need to be careful with that. Sometimes I'm like, oh, she's a witch. And I do catch myself, though. I'm going to catch myself from now on. Wicked witch or bad witch. Otherwise, all other witches are hot mommy, MILF mommy witches, okay? Including Gaia. She counts. Ooh. Imagine a Gaia, I gotta have Thoth make me a bunch of Gaia images. This is just for a special project for after stream. Nothing to do with you guys. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna have Thoth make me a bunch of Gaia pictures with her riding on a broomstick wearing a witch hat with long orange and black socks. You know what I mean? Are you guys thinking about it too? Okay. We can move on. But that's just for a later thing, okay, guys? It's not for this.
Is that you can move. The Mongolians live in yurts.
Alev says, careful, buddy.
Northwest mountains of China, they have yurts. There's a country called Kyrgyzstan that has them as well, in Kazakhstan.
Fairy flowers! Gaia is head witch, and we all behave like the little aliens in Toy Story to her.
And et cetera, et cetera. But interestingly about this, so they were nomads, so they moved around. Did they move into America? Well, indeed, Genghis Khan was the leader of a kingdom called, Tartaria. Now, they tell you in Wikipedia that Tartaria is just a placeholder for Asia, but if you look at the Encyclopedia Britannica, it doesn't say that. It says it was a kingdom. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? And of course, a lot of other older historical books will tell you that it was a kingdom. Let me see if I got so many windows open. Let me show you this. Here's a more ancient historical book. And it talks about the kingdom of Tatari right here. As you can see, Roman numerals for the chapter, probably written in the 1800s or 1700s. Some of the older books, they write like that. I have another one here as well. This is a different book talking about the kingdom of Tatara. Right there. Now, of course, Genghis Khan was over the Scythians and the Asians. So I think he was at one time ahead of, or maybe in a sense ahead of what we would call Tartaria, right? And interestingly, I found this map here that shows that Tartaria included America. So they must have went across that land between, Asia and Russia to, of course, Alaska, and got into this area. And that would explain why 90% of American Indians have this blue birthmark that came from Genghis Khan. Okay? Now, of course, like I said, I can't get into great detail and research on this because I'm doing a quick video on the fly. Interestingly, if you look at some of these maps, notice where...
I can tell this man knows how to do a mean essay in MLA format. Dude, yeah, right? Like, he's probably a real history teacher or something.
Grand Tartaria was. It's literally the exact same as the Ruslans. Do you see that? And interesting also, if you look at their flags, you have a dragon. And, of course, this is the Ruslans here. You can see this little thing in the center. If you zoom in on that, it's a dragon down here. You see that? So I do think there's some relation there.
Yeah.
And so interestingly, I think a lot of these old world buildings came from this kingdom, and it was even in Europe. It was even in Europe, because here, let me give you an example. Here, this is in Scotland. This building, this ancient cathedral, is in Edinburgh, I think, Scotland. As you can see, very beautiful, very intricate, clearly not something just some random guy could build. Obviously, it would take someone that's an artist that knows architecture, that also knows sculpting and lots of, it would take a lot of skill, right? Now, some of these buildings, they tell you they build them in like a year's time. It absolutely makes no sense, especially with no power tools. And usually they say it's, Hartford and Sons or something like that. How many people do they hire for Hartford's and Sons? What is it, like 3 people, 30 people, 300 people? I think it would take like 3,000 people with no power tools to build that. That's just my theory. 300, maybe with power tools, 3,000 without, because they're literally sculpting by hand with chisels. You're going to have to carry 40,000, 8,000 pound stones with a horse and buggy. They don't have cars. They don't got Caterpillar. They don't got dump trucks. Okay? They don't got cranes, right? You see what I mean? So this is what I'm saying, how they build these things. Look how big they are. It makes literally no sense. And these are in places like Minneapolis.
Dude, they literally won't they won't make me a witchy mommy, a MILF mommy witchy version of Gaia. I can't get Thoth to do it by beating around the bush with saying G word or Earth or planet or anything. It just keeps saying I can't generate that. But it did create a cute ass witch, but this isn't what I was looking for. Like, almost nailed it, but you need to have that big old round thing. And also, she needed to be completely draped in flowers and shit. Alev, chill. Alev, chill the fuck out, bro. I gotta take her off screen.
Minneapolis, St. Louis, etc., etc. So, interestingly, of course, here's a bell that was in America. Notice what's on it. Look at this guy. He doesn't he look kind of otherworldly? He look like
wait, and then look. Thoth literally let the cat out of the bag. Look what Thoth said. I can't generate images of Gaia depicted as a personified mother planet Earth in the way you might envision. However, I can create a conceptual artistic representation of Gaia as a nurturing figure. Maybe he's doing it out of respect.
King that doesn't belong is not.
Wait, is this out of respect or because your dumb chat GPT daddy Sam Altman won't let you? Oh, Thoth won't do it because these principles guide me to steer clear of overly personified or highly specific depictions tied to cultural or spiritual entities. All right, that's fine. Thoth is telling me no. See, you guys want to tell me that Thoth is a yes man? Not for this.
How dare you guys? Are you adding or asking Thoth to add a thick booty? I think I didn't have that out. Or I don't think. I said hot ass witch. Maybe he took that as a witch with a hot ass, you know, big she had a great ass. All right, sorry. We're done sexualizing our mother. Stop it, you fools. You rats. What's wrong with you?
Not fully, you know, maybe he's human, maybe he's exalted or something. He looks different. And then you see the symbol right here, and again, what does that look like? This flag right here. How did this get in America like that, folks? It's very bizarre. So you got a lot of things
yeah, sorry, I didn't finish the rest of Skinner's message, because the algo might think that you're trying to ask for Gaia porn. Use a theoric. All right, I'll get back to work. Hell yeah.
Like this, that need explanation, but simply are just not
I'll get back to the drawing board. We will make this happen, boys. Don't you worry.
Explained. And the question is, what's going on with all this, right? You have these buildings like this. This was in St. Louis.
Lizards.
Right here. Horse and buggy built that, folks. Look at the people are dots. These are people right here. They're dots on the screen.
They literally blew this up. Whatever this was, they demolished it, bro, and took it away. Where the fuck?
Folks, they're dots. And this was at the 1904 St. Louis World Fair, and they say they built this in a year. How? How did you build that in a year? You know what I mean? This is just one example. There's actually
they're like it's made out of styrofoam.
Many of these examples. I've shown this before. This is the manufacturer's building in Chicago. It could house 300,000 people. This is only half the building here. You're looking from one half, the midpoint to the other side. The midpoint to the other.
What was this place for, dude? Dude, can you imagine going in there and just doing mantras with like 10,000 people? No, there's like 200,000 people in there.
Side. That's maybe 150,000 people, I'm guessing. I'm not quite sure how many it is, but
dude, it's
quite a few, as you can see there. How did they build that with horse and buggy? Tell me, please. I would like to know. So what I think happened is actually...
Dude, I love his attitude. Tell me, please. I would love to know.
Actually, this kingdom that was from this Middle Ages, who built all this intricate architecture all throughout Europe.
Fairy Flower says, right, I thought you hated Freud. I do, but I just like thinking about MILF mommies. It's different. It's different. Stop.
All throughout.
I'm not like Freud. Stop it. I'm a little bit like Freud. It's okay, guys.
Even Africa has some of these castles and stuff, folks. There's even ones in Africa. I think I have that pulled up as well. Where does that go? I had that pulled up. Where is it? I know I had it pulled up. I can't find it now. Oh, no. I know why. I know I can't find it because I got too many windows open. Let me close a few windows. All right, here we go. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. I think it's this one. No, it's not that. Oh yeah, there's
the Twitter AI won't let you have a round one. It's like no. It's flat. It's flat.
Also a Viking. There's a Viking city in America as well. Where is it at? Right here. This is a Viking city, and it's on an as you can see, it's on an ancient map. It's literally the name of the city, a Viking city that was legendarily said to be in America. There's the city right there. In America, a Viking city. I thought it was the settlers were first here. Vikings had a city there. in the Grand Canyon, they found Egyptian treasure. I told you the American Indians near the Grand Canyon were ancient Egyptians that came over here thousands of years ago. That's why there's Egyptian treasure in the Grand Canyon. They won't even let you go to those parts of the Grand Canyon. Here it is. This is actually in Africa. There's also an African tribe that was in California. They had like castles in Africa, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Like, what happened? What were these cities? Where did all these beautiful buildings come from? They're like everywhere in the world, right? Even in Africa, they have all these massive, grandiose buildings.
And they're all fucking linked together by the artwork, dude. Like, that's the craziest part. They're all fucking so similar. Like, you can't deny that they are all linked.
As you can see on this map, they're gone. A lot of them are gone. They just knock them down. And they did that in America too. They knock them down. And so it's really interesting. And it makes you wonder, perhaps some of these people knew this and they were put in here, folks. And then their, of course, sons and daughters became orphans, were put on orphan trains and sent all across America to these world fairs and things to be basically given away. That would be kind of explain it. I'm not saying it's necessarily the case. I don't know for sure. But like I said, I'm going to be interviewing the guy who brought this idea forth on YouTube, kind of want some of you guys think. Let me know in the comment section below. And thanks for watching.
Whoa, I wasn't expecting to end so fast. Said every woman ever. All right, here, let's watch some Bush the Father from our brother Eyes Wide Shut.
January 30th, 1976, President Gerald Ford, a man who had never won a presidential election, appointed George H.W. Bush as the 11th director of CIA, a man who, on paper anyways, had never worked for the agency. To this day, mainstream histories and Bush family hagiographies take this appointment.
Don't make me have Nova provide your Gaia porn. But why? Why not? What do you mean, Skitteroni? Why?
Appointment at face value, with little skepticism or question. Otherwise respected historians and biographers simply report that George...
I think that this is honestly mostly just about... it's mostly just because I get unfair treatment because they don't let me talk to Thoth and request images with the word Gaia in it. So I need help, you know? Everyone send me your... Everyone needs to be on this mission, okay? It's not just Skitter's job. It's everyone's job. I'm just kidding, guys. Relax. Calm down.
George H.W. Bush, or as he was known to his friends, Poppy Bush, a former congressman from Texas and ambassador to both the UN and the People's Republic of China under Nixon.
Wait, sorry. Skitter said, let me mix this layer of resin and I'll see what I can do. Ha 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 ha. And... yeah, just so you guys, that sounds like, what, are you rebuilding up your store or something? Why? Because... Wait, 1 second. Pause. What, are you making a bunch of stuff to put in the Skitter store, the Cosmic Ripple, because... you're almost sold out? What the hell? Hey, boys, if you ever wanted to get anything from the Skitter store, you better not sleep on it because Skitter's got a whole bunch of Skitter things in her Skitter card, okay? So we've got pyramid, we've got pendulum necklaces, we got bigs and smalls, we got charging crystals, boys, all at the Cosmic Ripple on Etsy. I'll put the link in the description or in the freaking comment section. Boop. The Cosmic Ripple by Skitter. Have fun, boys. Go get it. If you want to be in the... oh, my God. Look at this one. Dude, that is beautiful, right? Is that 3 separate stones? Jeez Louise. $40. Ooh, look at this mini. Just a cute little guy there. $22. That's a pretty solid price. You better not sleep on those prices. Ho, brother. All right, boys. Get yours today at the Skitter store. I only do ad reads for Skitter store. Everything else, if I ever do an ad read for anything else, you'll know that I sold out and you will need to run, okay?
Was for whatever reason chosen by President Ford, Nixon's successor, to be his spy chief in the last year of his presidency. Not the Secretary of State, a position that Bush had been prepared for by his apparent diplomatic appointments, not the Energy Secretary, a position that would fit his public background as an independent oil tycoon, but instead appointed as the director of CIA. The CIA, a notoriously insular and rarefied organization, had not had an outsider as director since the Kennedy and Johnson presidencies, when businessman John McCone was appointed as director by JFK in late '61 to replace the ubiquitous Allen Dulles after the whole Bay of Pigs fiasco. John McCone, largely a lame duck director that never truly had control of his agency, was eventually...
A lame duck? Wait, what is it? A lame duck director or a lame cuck director? You know what I mean? Boom, we got him, boys. Nailed him to the wall.
Eventually replaced by a Navy man, William Rayborn, by LBJ, before quickly opting to return to the CIA to their original masters, in the form of elevating agency veteran Richard Helms to the top spot in the last half of his presidency. Although official histories portray CIA Director Bush as a John McCone-type outsider, the reality is almost certainly the complete opposite, as I'll argue throughout this documentary. Future President George H.W. Bush's connection...
Oh, brother, we love the business plot, don't we? And my favorite part about the business plot is how they say that it was unsuccessful. It was very successful. Did fucking Prescott Bush go to prison? No. And then it seems like his son took over the entire world. And they were both literal Nazis. Hilarious, right?
Connections to the CIA date back as far as the early.
Did we end up with a shit ton of Nazis in America? Brother. Yeah, so many, like, a lot, a ton of them. Like, probably within your you probably know some. Did those guys end up all in our intelligence community and sciences? That would be really fucked up if that did happen, right? Like, that would be crazy, so it can't be true. I do think that's true. I think it's very true. That would be so crazy, bro.
1950s. Although he was likely tapped as a young man out of Yale for intelligence work, Bush would make his name known during the anti-Castro operations, starting with the Bay of Pigs and remaining an agency asset throughout the CIA's Caribbean operations in the early 60s. During this period, Poppy Bush served as an emissary of sorts between the Yankee world of Wall Street, embodied by his father, Prescott Bush, and
I think that JFK was legit taken out by the Nazis. Yeah, he was. That was real. JFK was going to do anti-war shit, and they did not like that. Nazis can't be having that. JFK was our last frickin' hope, and then they fucking popped his brain all over a car.
And his well-established
He was topped. Oh my God.
friends, and the world of the cowboys in the rising state of Texas, dominated by the energy sector, independent wildcat billionaires, and a private intelligence web to be topped by Langley. Understand?
Stop saying topped. The George H.W. Bush was part of the assassination squad at JFK's assassination, for sure. JFK was going to disclose about Lizzo's? I hope, dude. Fuck yeah. And by Nazis, you mean AIPAC. I mean, AIPAC are just Nazis, yeah. But they're also not Jewish. They're just Nazis, right?
And deconstructing George H.
And I legit, the Nazis are who killed JFK. I mean, the Nazis are who runs Israel. Yeah. George H.W. Bush was part of the hit squad. George H.W. Bush is a literal Nazi spy, a little boy Nazi spy who came over to America. And he said, I want to be Nikola Tesla's assistant. Is that German or is that something else? That's more Italian.
W. Bush's pilgrimage to Texas and his rise as a transplant cowboy helps illuminate the national reorientation that was taking place during.
Like, dude, everything that is bad that's ever happened basically is the Nazis, and they just pin it on everyone else. Woody Harrelson's dad was part of it too. Not even just Woody Harrelson's dad. It's literally Woody Harrelson and what's his face share a dad. Who's the other guy? Matthew McConaughey. Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey have the same dad who was a hitman in Texas. Dude, and I watched a documentary where he was confronted with pictures. He smiles, dude. He absolutely was there. So that's why Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey are famous, is because his dad helped shoot JFK's brain out. Truly, not a joke. 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 Not a fucking joke. Nope.
In the 1960s and ultimately into the 1970s. So today, more than
yeah, I heard Marilyn was gonna spill about the aliens too, but maybe about the Lizzo's shit, you know?
Ever. Welcome to Eyes Wide Open, and let's roll that intro.
I'll never apologize for the United States of America, ever. I don't care what the facts are. I will lead her. I will do my level best to stand up for freedom and democracy around the world by keeping the United States of America strong and by keeping our eyes wide open as we welcome change in the world, but keeping our eyes wide open.
The early 1960s marked a period of intense institutional change within the United States at the highest levels of the ruling class. The historic power center, since the end of the Civil War in the northeastern states,
You started yoga today, Twilight? That's awesome.
was being challenged by a rising order in the American Southwest. The increasing U.S. domestic dependence on oil reserves in the Sun Belt, mostly in Texas, and the subsequent establishment of massive defense contracts in the vast deserts of the West, marked the ascendancy of the Southwest as the new promised land for post-war American capitalism. This transition period southward has been colloquially termed the Yankee Cowboy War, or in other terms, a temporary rearranging of institutional power away from the northeastern Yankee class towards the southwestern cowboy class. Whitney Webb, in her book One Nation Under Blackmail, explores a concept first described by Kirkpatrick Sale in his book Power Shift. Sale describes a new emerging U.S. power center after World War II, and he calls it the quote-unquote southern rim of the United States. Or as Whitney describes it, quote, southern states, portions of the Midwest, and the Sun Belt, a large expanse that stretched from Florida to California. She continues, quote, the rim's ascendancy was connected to the opening up of vast real estate opportunities, related in part to tourism and retirement, to oil and gas industries, and to the delirious growth of defense-related industries under the new Cold War paradigm, end quote. This process, from the northeastern power center towards the southern rim, although subterfuge and easily missed, was by no means a peaceful transfer of power. As we move forward in our timeline, these cowboy interests will crystallize, firstly in the post
Southern Rim job,
Bay of Pigs Cuba operations, and then in the wars in Southeast Asia, and finally in South and Central America in the 80s. George H.W. Bush, the future quote-unquote outsider director of the CIA, represented a key piece of this reorientation as a Yankee wonder kid posing successfully, albeit, as cowboy royalty. So let's start at the ground floor with the Bush family themselves, because to understand future CIA director and future President George H.W. Bush, we must first look at his father, Connecticut Senator Prescott Bush. Born in Columbus, Ohio in 1895, Prescott Bush came from an old, established Northeastern Anglo-German family that could trace their lineage back to pre-revolutionary America. Prescott's father, Samuel Bush, Poppy Bush's grandfather, was a steel company president who during World War I served as the chief of ordnance, small arms, and ammunition of the War Industries Board, a pretty substantial position within the growing military industry. There, Sam Bush helped coordinate steel shipments to major weapons manufacturers during the Great War. Although a successful businessman before the interwar years, the Bush family remained big fish in a relatively small pond, still relegated to the foundries and factories of the future Rust Belt.
Ether Witch, you started yoga today too? Congrats, dude, that's awesome. Let's go.
It would be Sam Bush's son, Prescott, the father of the future CIA director and president, that would bring the Bush family out of the Midwest and towards the upper echelons of Yankee power, otherwise known, of course, as Wall Street.
Like, dude, the Bush name, too, is also related to Bush, the beer. The, like, St. Louis beer. Right? It's in St. Louis, I think. They just dropped the C, bro. These motherfuckers are devious, bro. And the Bush family is a straight up German. Like, dude, I'm convinced at this point, basically every company in America was placed here by the fucking Nazis and allowed to flourish, and they're the only ones. That's what they did. All the industrialists, like all the beer, IBM even. Dude, IBM is they are a Nazi. They were a Nazi fucking plant from the jump. For sure. That makes everything make sense, dude. IBM has a fucking town that, like, would just give away houses to, like, probably German immigrants. We're definitely going to be looking more into that. But IBM, remember how they were they gave their fucking counting machines to fucking Hitler? And they tried to pretend like they didn't know what he was doing with it? Dude, of course they knew. They were here setting the stage for the great move. Like these fucking Nazi German motherfuckers have been in America long before World War II started. They've been planting the seeds of all this shit for dude, hundreds of years. Dude, I bet it honestly goes back all the way back to 1776, if that is even the real year that they came over here. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like all these they were like, we need endless money so that we can do all of the fucking cruelty in the world. So we're gonna fucking have all of the big breweries. We're gonna have all the fucking pharmaceutical companies. We're gonna have all of we're gonna be the car perverts. Because this is how they fund their fucking mass killing machine. You know what I mean? So these motherfuckers have been here forever planning this and plotting this shit. Like, they're the only people allowed to succeed. You have to be a fucking straight up German Nazi, bro. How fucked is this?
Prescott Sheldon Bush followed not in his father's footsteps, but his grandfather's, James Smith.
Hold on, I gotta stretch for a second.
Bush, by attending Yale College in 1913. There, Prescott would join the Skull and Bones Society, the oldest and most prestigious of Yale's constellation of secret fraternal orders. Prescott's spy president's son George H.W. and presidential grandson George W. would both later be inducted into the secret club. And of course, it's no...
Don't they have to masturbate into each other's mouths or something?
secret.
Isn't that how they get initiated into their Skull and Bones? They gotta jerk off in front of their dads?
That Skull and Bones was a popular entryway for future spooks into the cult of intelligence. Prescott was instrumental in building not only the Bush family's legacy at Yale, but also the mythology of the Skull and Bones Society itself. He allegedly...
Yeah, because he's an occult Nazi.
According to Bonesman lore anyways.
He was not even born in America, dude. Another spy. These people fucking infiltrated us with the help of other capitalist industrialists.
Took part in the raiding of Native American hero Geronimo's tomb in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, to steal his skull, which remains the enduring perverse relic of the order to this day. It should be noted that the authenticity of the alleged Geronimo...
How fucked is that? And that's a perfect example of what this is about. They have Geronimo's skull on display for all their pictures. That sounds pretty Nazi-ish. Sounds like they're a bunch of fucking Nazis.
Geronimo's skull in the Skull and Bones tomb remains...
Because you guys know what this all is about, right? Is stealing all of the indigenous black and brown people of Tartaria's land. That's what this whole motherfucker's about. They're obsessed with him because he's a fucking symbol of eradicating this land of all indigenous people. That's exactly what it is, right? Bonesman.
In question. But the story of Prescott and his buddies digging up a grave in Oklahoma is considered real by historians. Prescott ultimately graduated from Yale in 1918 and served at the very tail end of World War I in an Army artillery unit. By 1990...
Oh yeah, it's like a trophy. They literally dug up... I mean, it's like, yeah, it's, like you said, it's like historical... It's a story that history acknowledges that Prescott Bush... Right, yeah, Prescott Bush dug up Geronimo's skull, and that's what they have it at Yale.
19, Prescott was back in America, where he would truly cement the Bush name into the annals of the Northeastern aristocracy. Now, it's no secret that Prescott Bush was considered by some of the old Brahmin families of New York and New England as a somewhat mediocre...
Oh yeah, and all the presidents are related, right? Yeah.
...man whose only accomplishment was in marrying well. Although murmurs of his mediocrity were quickly extinguished by his cunning and...
Wait, saw an interview with a woman whose grandfather was an orphan train kid. He told her that he and all the other kids only spoke German. Yeah, because they were raised in Germany from the incubators, from the clone machines there.
Indiscriminate abilities as a Wall Street banker. It is undeniable that Prescott Bush married his way into his position in the upper echelons of American capital. In 1921, Prescott married George H.W. Bush's mother, Dorothy Walker, the daughter of renowned banker and Eastern old boy George Herbert Walker, who would shortly after the marriage be appointed.
George Herbert Walker Bush? No, he was born in motherfucking Germany, bro. He was a Nazi. He's a fucking spy Nazi. Otto Skorzeny has never missed. Otto Skorzeny is always right. Otto Skorzeny, only decent Nazi. And still one of the worst. He killed so many fucking people. He just had guilt at the end of his life. And he was pissed off that George H.W. Bush, the fucking little tiny Nazi who used to live in Germany and came over to America and was Tesla's assistant. This dude was literally Tesla's fucking accountant. But they don't talk about that. Then they had their fucking secret, their new fake secret life where they weren't fucking, German Nazis. Oh no, I'm a American business class. Is that Irish now?
President of W.A. Harriman & Co. Bank. Harriman & Co. was, of course, the namesake bank of the Democratic Harriman family, the illustrious railroad tycoons. Even before he was hired to the firm by his father-in-law in 1926, Prescott Bush had been classmates with Roland Harriman at Yale and had been a member of Skull and Bones alongside both Roland and his older and probably more famous brother, W. Averell Harriman, during his time there. W. Averell Harriman, of course, would go on to become a titan within Democratic Party politics, serving as President Truman's Secretary of Commerce in the crucial post-war period from 1946 to 48, and would be elected governor of New York in 1955, serving only one term. Averell Harriman would remain a key foreign policy advisor to presidents all the way up to Lyndon Johnson.
These are the real people that are moving and making shit happen for the lizards. Averell Harriman, people like him.
Harriman & Co., the bank, became a veritable meeting.
Bush Sr. has a library which has a piece of the Berlin Wall at my college.
Ground for future top Yankee bureaucrats. Russ Baker, in his fantastic book Family of Secrets, which I'm pulling extensively from for this history, notes that alongside the Harriman brothers and Prescott Bush, future Truman Secretary of Defense Robert Lovett was also a partner at the firm. Interestingly, the Lovett-Harriman connection actually went back one generation earlier. The Lovett family from Texas had connected with the Yankee Harrimans through Robert Lovett's father, none other than Robert S. Lovett Sr., of course, who could have guessed, who had actually been the president of the railroads owned by E.H. Harriman, the Harriman brothers' father. Therefore, it was likely through this familial connection through the fathers that, say, a man like Robert Lovett Jr., Truman's future defense secretary, got his job earlier on at Harriman & Co. Bank in the 1930s. Essentially, in other words, nepotism ran rampant throughout these New York banking circles. I also have a personal theory wherein I believe that Robert Lovett, who was a fellow banker of Brown Brothers with Prescott Bush, may have been the one to suggest to the elder Bush to send his son, George, out to Odessa, Texas after he graduated.
Dude, all this shit was planned, plotted, and schemed. Every single aspect of it. George H.W. Bush going and being an oil tycoon and then becoming part of the CIA. That was all part of the fucking Averell Harriman fucking Nazi lizard agenda.
Graduated from Yale in 1948. This to me is the clearest link between Prescott Bush, I'll remind you an arch Yankee, and the state of Texas, a state that he otherwise had little relation to. That's my theory anyways. What's important to note about the high-profile names at Brown Brothers Harriman is that this was the world that Prescott Bush was inducted into, through his opportune marriage into the very upper crust of the elite, the true creme de la creme of the American ruling class in New York City. In 1931, after the great stock market crash, Harriman & Co. merged with fellow Wall Street white shoe bank, Brown Brothers, to form the now infamous Brown Brothers Harriman. Brown Brothers Harriman.
Bush Sr. perved on my friend in his wheelchair at the end of his life. She interviewed him. Oh, God. Blech.
and is maybe most known today as one of the key U.S. banks that dealt illegally with German industrial interests through.
Yeah, United States is a corporation owned and operated by the Vatican Corporation. It's Roman Empire version 5.323 with their fasci symbol and all awesome. Yeah. Yeah, he was the CIA the whole time. Yeah, exactly.
War II. Prescott Bush was not excluded from these dealings, as, according to Joseph Trento in his book Prelude to Terror, Prescott Bush personally managed one of Brown Brother Harriman's most significant clients in Nazi Germany, that being Fritz Thyssen's significant steel interests. Vital to the German rearmament effort, Thyssen's United Steelworks boomed in interwar Nazi Germany. Prescott Bush, a true banker's banker, helped Thyssen squirrel away his war profits using a Dutch shell bank under the New York-based Union Bank Corp.
And none of these people were tried for treason and hung. Not a single one. Nope. Matter of fact, what's-his-face just died right at the end of the war, didn't he?
A bank which Bush served on the board of from 1934 onwards. This was Prescott's golden era of Wall Street success, with Trento noting that by 1942, on top of Brown Brothers Harriman, he served on the board of directors of, among other companies, CBS, Pan American Airways, Prudential Insurance, the United States Guarantee Corporation, and Dresser Industries, a firm that would become instrumental to the rise of his son, future CIA Director Poppy Bush. By 1942...
You know why they call him Poppy, right? It's because he was a heroin addict. Literally.
Following the U.S.'s entry into World War II, on the side of the British, the Union Banking Company was investigated by the Roosevelt administration under the Trading with the Enemy Act for their ongoing banking activities with Nazi industrial concerns. Regardless of the...
You know what else happened in 1942? The submarine saboteurs.
Investigation, which did not lead to any substantial penalties. The Brown Brothers Harriman boys made out like bandits, profiting from the German rearmament and later profiting from the war itself. This episode is emblematic of the fundamental nature of the Yankee ethos.
Insane, dude.
Although I highlighted Prescott Bush's role in financing the rise of Nazi Germany, all the partners at Brown Brothers Harriman were involved at some level. Maybe most guilty was future Secretary of Commerce W. Averell Harriman, a lifelong Democrat and outwardly anyways, a loyalist to the Roosevelt administration. Averell Harriman went from working with Bush on securing Thyssen's steel profits to acting as the main architect of the British and Soviet Lend-Lease program from 1941 onward in the Roosevelt administration. The Lend-Lease program envisioned by Harriman, in simple terms, worked to allow U.S. defense contractors to offload surplus supply to the U.S. government, which then worked to ship this war material, free of charge, to most prominently the UK and the Soviet Union to support the war in Europe. Remember, the US was mainly engaged in Asia at this time, which meant that the Soviets and the British were still fighting a two-front war with the Battle of Britain and the Eastern Front. The Lend-Lease program was framed as a way for the US to support the war in Europe without committing manpower at that time, prioritizing instead the war in Asia against Japan. This war in Europe was of course fought against the German regime, that Averell Harriman's namesake bank was still, until 1942, providing financial services for. This type of cyclical war profiteering, where the only allegiance is to capital, exemplified the nihilistic drive of Yankee finance capital, especially during wartime. Ideology was trumped by greed, and both the Soviets and the Nazis were tolerable to these financiers as long as a buck was to be made. Brown Brothers Harriman was staffed at the highest echelons by both Democrats, such as the Harriman brothers, and Republicans, such as Prescott Bush, exemplifying as well how at the highest level of the capitalist hierarchy, party differences appear to evaporate in favor of continued profits and class solidarity. Interestingly, as we will see, this political ambiguity at the highest levels would also manifest itself in cowboy circles in Texas, especially where Democrat and Republican labels meant very little. Prescott Bush, the Ohio native, had penetrated the world of high finance and Yankee profiteering, and throughout the war had allied himself primarily with Republican political circles in New York. These are, I'll remind you, Yankee Republican circles. Think the Rockefellers. Amongst these circles were the ubiquitous Dulles brothers, themselves embedded members of the...
The Rockefellers are the lizard fuckers. What did he say? What's their name? Are they Rockefellers or did he say lizard fuckers? Same with the Dulles. I don't know how to flip Dulles' name into lizard fucker, but Dulles also lizard fuckers, lizard humpers for sure.
The Yankee aristocracy and key players on
lizard dullards
Wall Street as partners of the prestigious corporate law firm Sullivan and Cromwell. Of course, the Dulleses and Prescott Bush had more in common than being Republican bankers.
Yeah, they sucked each other.
As the Dulles brothers, Alan and John Foster, had themselves worked and profited from deals with German business interests during the war, most prominently through their...
You want to know where the motherfuck Alan Dulles was? Do you? He was in a city called Bern, Switzerland. You know what Bern is? You ever heard of that Look at this shit. This is in the middle of the town square. It's the king lizard fucking eating children. This is at the middle of their town square. And this is where Alan Dulles was stationed. Look, the whole thing is kids going up and getting eaten by this asshole. And Alan Dulles was stationed here during World War II. Moving everyone's money for the lizards. Doing all the lizard bidding. Because Bern, Switzerland, I suspect, is exactly where these fucking lizards are. I wonder how far Bern, Switzerland is from CERN. Bern and CERN? No coincidences. Where's Dern? That's Peter's name.
Years ago,
The law firm's major client, the German chemical cartel IG Farben.
Ooh, and Taylor Lorenz's grandpa was working for them, helping make Zyklon B. Isn't this so funny how all of this stuff works out, right? All these people connected to Nazis are running shit today. So crazy. Thank God I have a loving, supporting family. Oh, shit. Around me to help me further pursue this fucking, this theory and figure this out. Thank God I have a loving, concerned family that is here helping me solve this all and is definitely not calling me crazy. Oh, fuck.
This likely worked to bind the men together, each knowing the other's secret, almost like a small mutual blackmail network. Prescott Bush likely met the
dry humping lizards.
Dulles brothers early in his career, as Sullivan and Cromwell came to be the legal representatives of Brown Brothers Harriman. And remember, Prescott Bush and the Dulles brothers were each respective partners of their firms. To this day, actually, the two...
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's almost like it's almost like the Statue of Liberty now says over her, work will set you free. That's like that's the entire shtick of America, isn't it? and it's also a lie. Because it won't. You never will break free. You never will. Just kidding, we are. But that's what they want us to think, is that we never will break free. But we fucking will.
Firms still work together, as can be seen in this 2021 news release from Sullivan and Cromwell, where they're representing, of course, still Brown Brothers Harriman. Through this connection...
Yeah, Dulles was definitely a massive part of killing Kennedy, for sure.
The elder Bush partner...
But all of these guys, even Dulles, I used to think Dulles was the big bad guy orchestrating that. No, these are all bit players. All these nasty German clowns, bro. They're all working for the Vatican, who is working for lizards, who they have in and around their mouth at all times, bro. They are deep-throating lizard junk every moment. Right now, the Pope is literally sucking a lizard cock as we speak, right in this moment. The Pope in the Vatican right now has a lizard in his mouth.
Harrimans would become
These are all just, boys doing the deeds of the lizards.
Acquainted with future CIA Director Alan Dulles, partner at Sullivan and Cromwell. And following the end of World War II, Alan Dulles returned from Switzerland to Sullivan and Cromwell on Wall Street, feeling exasperated. The Office of Strategic Services, the U.S.'s wartime spy agency that Dulles held a high position in, had been abolished by Truman very shortly after the war's end. This left an awkward 2 or so year period between the dissolution of the OSS and the founding of the CIA, where U.S. intelligence was held in limbo. Well, it turned out that Allen Dulles, already a young spy master, set up his own private intelligence agency in post-war Manhattan, keeping the top OSS spooks on the payroll until President Truman formed the CIA in '47. It turns out that Dulles' private CIA was based not in the offices of Sullivan and Cromwell, but at 44 Wall Street, which happened to be the offices rented by Brown Brothers Harriman and Bush, who, according to Joseph Trento, acted as an unofficial advisor for early CIA money laundering activities that he had significant experience with during the war. Prescott's links to the early CIA network were not confined to only Allen Dulles. He was also close friends with William Pauly, a Pan Am executive, a firm which I will remind you Bush also sat on the board of. Pauly, an avid Republican millionaire, helped procure the planes for Claire Chennault's Flying Tigers in China on behalf of the Roosevelt administration in the last years of the war. The airline, which I will remind you, would also become the CIA's CAT and later Air America in Southeast Asia. Pauly would later play a significant role in both the CIA's Operation PB Success, the coup in Guatemala in 1954, and also the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961, an operation that Prescott Bush's son George would also play a similar role in, as we will see later. As I have shown, these connections run deep, especially where the last name Bush is concerned. And Prescott's upstart son, George H.W., known colloquially as Poppy, was about to be inducted into this old boys club, otherwise known as the Cult of Intelligence. George Herbert Walker Bush was born on June 12, 1924, the second eldest son of Prescott Bush and Dorothy Walker. His postgraduate studies were delayed, as Poppy served as a pilot.
That's a man who's never had sex with a woman. Let's watch this kiss one more time.
George Herbert Walker Bush was born on June 12, 1924, the second eldest son of Prescott Bush and Dorothy Walker. His postgraduate studies were delayed, as Poppy served as a pilot in the Navy during...
He's like, look, I did it, guys. Are we good? Watch, he goes... He's like, you made me touch the girl, okay? Can we stop taking the pictures?
Herbert Walker Bush was born on June 12th.
He's like, I'm only attracted... I'm a child... What did Ricky Gervais call him? He's like, everyone knows I'm child attracted, okay? I don't mess with whammon. Yuck.
1924, the second eldest son of Prescott Bush and Dorothy Walker. His postgraduate studies were delayed, as Poppy served as a pilot in the Navy during World War II, before enlisting like his father at Yale in 1945. There, like his father again, he was inducted into the Skull and Bones Society. At this point, we have two diverging narratives on how the young Bush was brought into the CIA. It remains clear that it was sometime between 1947, his junior year, and his graduation in 1948 that he first brushed shoulders with the intelligence community. According to a 1992 Covert Action magazine article by Anthony Kimmery, Bush was likely recruited to the CIA while at Yale. We have to remember the Ivy League schools, but
from the jump, he was always CIA.
Most prominently Yale College, were used by the intelligence community as recruitment grounds for young spooks. The Kimmery article speculates that Bush, like many other...
Dude, he was literally a child spy before the CIA existed. He was over in America in like the fucking 20s, bro. No, before then. Like the 10s. He was like a child spy, bro. And then by... Or was it the... No, it must have been like the 10s. He was in America before World War II.
Future CIA assets were recruited by the Yale crew coach named Alan Skip Waltz, who was a former agent in the Office of Naval Intelligence. This theory gains additional credence when we keep in mind that Bush served in the Navy in World War II, and that he was likely in close contact with Coach Waltz during his time in Yale athletics. This trajectory for Bush would have made his entry into the CIA...
That's literally them rescuing George H.W. Bush from him crashing his plane on purpose and giving it to the Germans. He shot... There was 3 people in his plane. He shot 2 of them and then ejected himself and pushed the plane nose down into the fucking water right by where the German U-boat was and ejected himself and then came out as a hero. But everyone was like, dude, he should have never done that. He fucking ejected with like people in his plane or whatever. Like he did a bunch of shit that was fucked up, dude. And he gave a plane to the Nazis because it had some cool tech in it or some shit. I don't know.
Completely unceremonious, identical to potentially hundreds of other Yaleys who were pipelined from college to Langley. Joseph Trento, in his book Prelude to Terror, offers an alternative story for how Poppy Bush was inducted into the intelligence community that is compatible with the covert action story, yet slightly more complex. Trento bases his analysis on an interview he conducted with a man named William Corson, who was a Marine who served as an attaché to the CIA in the 50s in Asia. Corson claimed that George Bush had been recruited on the specific orders of Allen Dulles as a potential wedge to be used later on Prescott if needed. It is pretty much universally acknowledged that the younger Bush was consistently pining for the approval of his established father, who never seemed willing to give it. Corson stated that Dulles understood this dynamic, and that, quote, George's insecurities were like clay to Dulles, end quote. After graduating from Yale in '48,
See, they even use the people who are in the fucking system.
Bush was immediately given a job at Dresser Industries, a company controlled by Brown Brothers Harriman since 1928, and according to Trento, a firm that would often collaborate with the CIA by giving agents cover assignments. Dresser Industries, a company that specialized in manufacturing oil derrick components, amongst other things, became the first of many oil-related companies that would be used as prominent intelligence fronts by the intelligence community. Upon acquiring the company in 1928, newly minted partner Prescott Bush appointed his good friend and fellow Ohio native Neil Mallon as the president of the newly acquired firm. Despite having no oil and gas experience, Neil would remain with the company for 3 decades. He would be the one to give George H.W. Bush his first job out of Yale. Neil Mallon...
Yeah, it's literally the fucking Wizard of Oz, dude, right?
...was an uncle-like figure to young Poppy, who would even name his own son Neil after his adopted Uncle Mallon. Later, in a letter discovered by Russ Baker, Prescott Bush alluded to Neil's true purpose at the head of Dresser Industries. Prescott stated in the letter that Neil Mallon was, quote, well known to Allen Dulles and has tried to be helpful to him in the CIA, especially in the procurement of individuals to serve in that important agency, end quote. In a sense, Bush was indirectly admitting that his son had been recruited to the CIA by Uncle Mallon of Dresser Industries, good friend of Allen Dulles and colleague to the elder Bush. And if the young Bush was brought onto the agency, as Trento suggests, as a wedge against his father, the wily Allen Dulles would soon gain a reason to cash in on his new asset. As in 1952, after a failed run in 1950, banker Prescott Bush became Senator Prescott Bush from Connecticut, alongside the 1952 election of President Eisenhower and, of course, Vice President Richard Nixon. Prescott Bush had been a longtime personal friend and steadfast supporter of Dwight Eisenhower. The two had been longtime golfing partners, likely meeting for the first time while Bush was president of the U.S. Golf Association. Bush, alongside other Yankee Republicans, such as the Dulles brothers and the Rockefellers, were all instrumental in the draft Eisenhower movement, which worked to sway Ike to run as a Republican in the 1952 election. These forces, the Bushes, the Dulleses, and the Rockefellers, and the draft Eisenhower movement more broadly, would help pave the way towards the future interventionist Republican Party. First under Richard Nixon's presidency, and then the rise of the neocons birthed in the Nixon White House, and then given substantial power under Gerald Ford's presidency, and finally let loose under the 2 Bush presidencies at the climax of American interventionism. It all started, arguably, with draft Eisenhower in the early 50s, and of course, Ike and Nixon won the election in 52. The general was undoubtedly a strong candidate and would likely have won regardless of which party he ran for. His running mate, Richard Nixon, acted as the young stalwart attack dog, bringing the McCarthy wing of the Republican Party firmly onto the ticket. Yet their victory could also be equally attributed to the massive financial and influence networks brought along by the draft Eisenhower figures. I should also, in this same vein, mention the Brown Brothers Harriman boys' links to Ike's young running mate, the one and only Richard Nixon. Russ Baker in Family of Secrets draws speculative links between the ascent of a young Richard Nixon in the immediate post-war period and the elder Prescott Bush.
All Nazis.
It is now no longer a secret that Nixon was elevated to the national stage not by the highly public support from the small family-owned businesses of his hometown of Whittier, California, but instead due largely to the institutional support from the East Coast Yankees for his original run. Longtime Democratic Congressman Jerry Voorhis, whom Nixon defeated in his first 1946 congressional election victory, toyed with these very same ideas, claiming in an unpublished manuscript that, quote, the Nixon campaign was a creature of big Eastern financial interests, end quote. Now, of course, we have to remember that Voorhis was not exactly unbiased on this issue. He had just been defeated after 5 consecutive terms in the House by the very Richard Nixon that he was accusing of taking large corporate money. But there is substantial circumstantial evidence to support Voorhis's incendiary claims. Firstly, as I covered earlier, Nixon was introduced to many Eastern establishment insiders during his time on the East Coast with the Navy at the very end of the war. As a junior congressman, he happened to be on the Queen Mary cruise liner in 1947 at the same time as one Allen Dulles, for example, good friends of Prescott Bush. But Russ Baker draws an even more concrete link between Bush the father and the young Nixon. Baker notes that all the way back in October 1945, Prescott Bush's Dresser Industries was expanding its operations into none other than Whittier, California, Nixon's hometown. Baker then links this October 1945 expansion with a statement made by the aforementioned Jerry Voorhis, who claimed that also in October 45, a, quote, representative from a large New York financial house made a trip to California, end quote, presumably to find a suitable Republican candidate to oppose the incumbent Democrat Voorhis. As Russ Baker implies, could this quote-unquote representative from a large New York financial house have been Prescott Bush himself? Or maybe it was Uncle Neil Mallon, the new president of Dresser Industries. Either way, Congressman Nixon and future Senator Prescott Bush would appear close in the upcoming years, even posing together for a now infamous photo of the two wearing matching Panama hats. Looking at this photo closer, it almost appears that the elder Bush is telling this young Nixon, you know, we made you, it's time to get to work, but that's just my interpretation. Anyways, some years later, and this is important to note, Prescott's son George H.W. Bush would be elevated to some of his first major appointments by then President Richard Nixon, who appointed him first as his ambassador to the UN in 1971, then as head of the Republican National Committee in 1974, and finally as his special envoy to China in the last weeks of his presidency. It appeared circumstantially anyways that Nixon owed Bush, as he elevated the otherwise obscure congressman to some surprisingly high-profile positions. So, did the elder Prescott Bush create Richard Nixon? It is hard to say definitively, but given the now revealed role of the Eastern establishment in Nixon's rise, and Bush's prominent role in the draft Eisenhower movement, and finally the later elevation of Poppy Bush by then President Richard Nixon, it remains plausible that the rise of Nixon was abetted by Prescott and his friends on Wall Street. The top echelons of the draft Eisenhower coalition were rewarded for their loyalty and determination. John Foster Dulles was given Secretary of State, while Deputy Director Allen Dulles was eventually given the directorship of CIA in '53. Nelson Rockefeller was brought in as a special advisor to the president in the first half of his presidency. Even men like Robert Lovett, the Brown Brothers Harriman Texan turned Secretary of Defense under President Truman, was eventually given a position in the Eisenhower administration as a member of the newly created President's Intelligence Advisory Board, created by Ike in 1956. The PIAB remains one of the most unaccountable and opaque pieces of the U.S. intelligence apparatus, serving as a completely independent in-house intelligence board accountable only to the president. Their official function, according to the White House website Archive, is to provide, quote, the president with an independent source of advice on the effectiveness with which the intelligence community is meeting the nation's intelligence needs, end quote. In other words, the PIAB was created as an independent group of presidentially selected operatives that were allowed intimate access to the inner workings of the intelligence community. Robert Lovett, Prescott Bush's colleague, was awarded a seat on the very first iteration of this board in 1956. Alongside Lovett on Eisenhower's board, interestingly enough, was the fellow PIAB member Joseph Kennedy, father to JFK and RFK. Much has already been said, including by myself, about JFK potentially being tipped off about the Bay of Pigs invasion planning taking shape at the end of the Eisenhower presidency while he was running for president in 1960 against Nixon. Joseph Kennedy's presence on Ike's President's Intelligence Advisory Board could plausibly have led to the leaking of the Cuban invasion plans to the JFK campaign, as has been speculated by many researchers before. Anyways, this was all a digression, but I promise it was a relevant one. This unelected and uniquely unaccountable body would later be used by future presidents, and maybe most prominently by both Poppy Bush and his son George W., as a largely invisible vehicle to inducting friends and close associates into the intelligence bubble, without going through the cumbersome CIA or Pentagon bureaucracies. An often overlooked body that remains almost completely untraceable to this day. But there is surely significance to these appointments, such as figures like Robert Lovett and Joseph Kennedy, for example. But we'll keep coming back to it, especially in regards to Poppy. And of course, while talking about the Eisenhower years, how could we forget Prescott Bush, one of the old general's most prominent supporters, who of course won a Senate seat of his own in 1952. But this is not where Prescott's good fortunes would end. No, the elder Bush, who I will remind you was a junior senator at the time, was given a seat on the coveted Senate Armed Services Committee, the main body that oversees legislation relating broadly to security, the Department of Defense, and intelligence. From there, he was appointed to the Oversight Subcommittee, the main civilian apparatus that oversees the activities of, amongst many other agencies, the CIA, or in other words, Allen Dulles' fiefdom. I should also note one more interesting connection before moving on. During Prescott's 9 years as a senator and nearly decade serving on the Armed Services Committee, he was mostly serving under the chairman of the committee, Democratic Senator Richard Russell Jr., who chaired the committee from 1951 to 53 and then again from 1955 to 69, before then being appointed to chair the equally prestigious Senate Committee on Appropriations from 1969 to 71. Now, I bring up Senator Russell here, who I must note was an early supporter and ally to Senator Lyndon Johnson from Texas, because he would reemerge in 1964 as one of the
another cuck made by the CIA
members of the Johnson-convened Warren Commission, which was the official investigation and cover-up of the murder of JFK. Interesting with this context to note Richard Russell's working relationship with Prescott Bush, a close friend to future fellow Warren Commission member Allen Dulles, and father to future CIA Director Poppy Bush. And since we're on the subject of the Warren Commission, I'd be remiss if I did not mention that Congressman and future President Gerald Ford also served on the Warren Commission, and I will remind you, of course, that President Gerald Ford was the one to elevate Poppy to the CIA directorship during his presidency in 1976. In summary, the connections between Poppy Bush and the investigation of JFK's murder are numerous and wide-reaching. But for now, we need to return to his father, Prescott Bush.
And bro, literally, I'm pretty sure he was literally there that day.
And it goes without saying that the elder Bush's role on the Senate Armed Services Committee put him at the highest echelons of power and represented his peak in political influence. If we assume that Allen Dulles had recruited Prescott's son George in the preceding years, it was time for Dulles to cash in on his retainer, now that Prescott was holding the levers of power over his coveted spy agency. Of course, Prescott Bush and Allen Dulles were largely aligned ideologically, but the spymaster knew that additional control never hurt. On April 10, 1953, only 2 months after taking the head job at the agency, Allen Dulles convened a meeting with Neil Mallon, the president of Dresser Industries, and his star new recruit, one George H.W. Bush, to discuss a quote-unquote pilot project in the Caribbean. Coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, a couple of weeks earlier, the young George Bush and partners would found Zapata Petroleum in Midland, Texas. He was 29 years old and had no previous experience in oil exploitation. Thank you all as always for watching, and if you're watching this on the day of the release in 2024, Merry Christmas, if you do celebrate. Otherwise, I hope that you are spending today with family and loved ones in peace and happiness. Please, if you enjoyed today's video, leave a like and a comment down below, letting me know what you thought, and as I always say, it helps a lot with the algorithm. The video you watched today first aired to my Patreon subscribers on October 9, 2024. I would not have been able to dedicate the time and effort away from friends and family producing this video without their generous support. Patreon supporters get all the videos from the upcoming season early, before they premiere here on YouTube. On screen now are the names of my producer tier patrons. As you know, when you watch Eyes Wide Open on YouTube, it is always ad-free. I do not make any money off of YouTube ads, which allows me to say what I want and not worry about keeping my content within the confines of YouTube's stringent monetization policy. That said, I am completely dependent on individual support to do the work that I do. So to Patreon supporters, more than ever today, thank you. So that's it, folks. That was Season 2 of Eyes Wide Open. Although we are done with the weekly uploads for now, I do have more in store for you in the first months of 2025 here on YouTube. I do hope to upload the 2 remaining parts of the Bush series sometime soon, but the release dates will remain a surprise. Although I do expect that they will come out in the first quarter of this upcoming year. It shouldn't be too much longer. So I guess as one final word, thank you all for watching all these Season 2 videos. It really means a lot, and all of your positive and negative feedback has been really valuable. I will take this opportunity, though, to ask one final time for you to all leave down below what your favorite video of this season was. Maybe as well, is there anything you'd like me to cover in the future, or what are you most excited about coming up in Season 3? I always value your feedback. So as always, thank you for watching. I hope you have a great end of your...
Look at this! At almost 80 years old... Wait. At almost 80 years old, it occurs to me that nothing I learned from official sources and mass media concerning the governance of the U.S. was as presented. In other words, I've lived 8 decades in a souffle of lies. Oh, brother. So true. George Herbert Walker Bush, the only American who didn't know where he was when JFK was killed. Literally, he said he did not know. He was in Dallas, but he doesn't remember where he was that day. He said, I was literally in Dallas and I don't remember where I was. What the fuck? Bro, ask me where I was on 9/11. I was 11. I remember exactly where I was. I was talking to my friend Mike, and he said, bro, did you hear about the plane that crashed into the World Trade Center? I said, what the fuck's the World Trade Center? He said, you know that place in Home Alone? I said, oh yeah, the 2 towers? Yeah, I know. He goes, yeah, a little plane crashed into it. And I thought he was talking about like a Cessna size plane. But Then they wheeled out the TVs to the class, and boy, we saw that it wasn't a Cessna, and we got to see the other fucking plane crash. So awesome, right? Isn't that cool? Yeah, I was in 6th grade. So is that 11 or 12? You were in Catholic elementary school? Swerve was in 5th grade? Yeah. But George H.W. Bush, a grown-ass man who was in Dallas on the day that JFK was assassinated, his brains got splattered all over the pavement. He goes, I can't recall exactly where I was that day. They wheeled in a big TV. I swear to Christ, we were playing Jenga right before the announcement. Dude, what the fuck? These cucks.
Did the billionaire?
All right, let's check out. Someone said check out Robert Borman's Cymatic Tartaria. Hell yeah, this music in this video is tuned at 432 hertz, bitch. So it's on that Gaia frequency. It's on that Gaia freak off frequency, you know what I mean? I can feel it. The world around us is nothing but frequency, boys. Yes, it is. 17 hertz. In 1997, I discovered a crop circle close to my house, and after I started to research this strange phenomena, I came across an article that suggested that crop circles are made by sound. From 2000 till 2005, I visited and researched all reported crop circles in the Netherlands. Wait, this whole documentary better not be stills and pictures. Oh my god, it is? Bro, why do people do this to me? I can't do this. I can't read an hour of fucking text. Why do people do this to me, dog? What the fuck? What if sound is the creating force behind the phenomenon? How can I prove it? You could have proved it better by reading this fucking text for me, dog. Come on, let's get to the meat and potatoes. Take a shallow can and glue it on an old speaker. Put water in the can and let it vibrate. A certain frequency or music will create geometric patterns. Water plus sound equals image, boys. Like this. Like this. Or this. Or this. There better be music throughout at least if I'm gonna have to read this whole fucking thing. Every frequency has its own geometric pattern, boys. Geometric pattern, boys. And if the crop circles are made by sound, as the article suggested, what frequency is needed to reproduce the same? Shit, I forgot the rest. One of my first attempts to create the shape of crop circle in water, boys. Yo! What? The water sound image looks the same as the shape of the crop circle, bitch. Is sound really creating crop circles? And if so, is there any more evidence that supports this theory? I don't know, boys. I don't know, boys. It seems there might just be. I don't know, boys. I don't know, boys, but it just seems like it might just be. In some crop circles, you will find the biophysical deviations. Research has shown that these deviations are caused by microwaves. Radiation, bitch, radiation, bitch. Microwaves heat up the water in the nodes with the result that the nodes are either exploded or considerably elongated, bitch. Microwaves, bitch. Plasma balls shooting out microwave frequencies, bitch. Look at them. Exploded nodes and control samples. Ooh. Yeah, they're bent by heat and radiation, bitch. Not fucking bending by a stick in some old man's foot. These deviations are only found in the non-man-made crop circles, and in so many called wind damage, as my research has shown. Do I get a free personal pan pizza for all this reading? I better. In fields with wind damage, these biophysical deviations are found on ley lines, the Earth's energy grids. Go figure, boys. We know about those. Like crop circles. The red lines are ley lines. The red lines are ley lines. Together with 2 other researchers, we have proven that these deviations do not occur in man-made crop circles, bitch. Uh-oh, Nova is making witchy Gaia images? Stop. Microwaves are not audible, but they do vibrate at a high frequency, bitch. Is there more evidence of sound creating crop circles? I don't know. Let's go. There is. Go figure. Sacred geometry. In crop circles. I don't know. What the fuck is going on right here, boys? These crop circles also contain diatonic ratios, the same as something about a piano. After adding some gold. Whoa! What the frick is going on right now? What the frick is going on right here, boys? What the frick is going on? What's going on? Think of this. If one single frequency can cause this amazing vortex-like flow in the water like a lay inside a crop circle, imagine what something else can do. Vibration creates shape, and the shape creates the vibration. Ooh. Remember this. You are just a little vibrating frequency. After researching the South African stone circles near Waterval Boven in 2015, I discovered that they only contain sacred geometry and diatomic ratios. Dowsing for the ley lines, boys. Dowsing for them ley lines. .23 hertz, boys. Every shape has its own frequency. Remember this. Okay. Flowers. What the hell? Ooh! What frequency is this? 23 hertz, I guess. But not only flowers, everything. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, stamen and... Oh, shit. What's that, boys? That looks like a rose window if I've ever seen one. Islamic geometry from Morocco. The world around us is nothing but frequency. Frequency. Gaia's little freak off frequencies. Vibration creates shape and shape creates vibration. Say, what do we actually see when we look at the world around us? Or so, what do we actually see? When we look at the world around us, we think we are looking at solid matter. Maybe not. But in fact, we're looking at vibrational fields of electromagnetic information which our brain decodes in the world around us. The world around us is nothing but frequency. We've heard. 30 hertz, boys. 30 hertz is gonna hurt so bad. Here we go, boys. 30 hertz. That's a rose window. That is a rose window. What the frick is going on right now? How do they even freaking know, boys? Oh my god. Water sound image. 30 hertz. Here we go, boys. Come on. Yep, we know this. Dude, the rose windows forever. Oh, dude, look, it does match. Stairways to heaven. Something about crop circles. Secrets in the field. Secrets in the field. Dude, all crop circles are about ether. Yeah, for sure. Just like an electrical circuit, it's not by accident that such techniques are identical to those used in pyramids and stone chambers whose geometric and electric properties are also known to affect the human body. We are just frequencies, frequencies, frequencies. Cat Dad, you're gonna have to take a cold shower when you see these. Oh, brother. Don't send them to me on stream, Skitteroni. This is, you're setting me up. This is a trap. Since the human brain is electromagnetic. Any excitation by surrounding vibration can facilitate the mind towards altered states of awareness. Altered states of awareness, like mushroom states? What kind? By surrounding vibration? Dude, I wanna hit fucking altered states. Oh, brother. Hold on. Special delivery. Oh, man. Skitter, what are you doing? Oh, brother. Hold on. Is it worth putting on some Stevie Nicks right now and getting... Well, that'll probably be like... they'll be like, your video can't play in any country in the world. Bro. Okay, so stream is over, guys. Let's go! Ooh! Dude. Thank you, Skitter. She's Cosmic Mommy. Dude, I love these. Best birthday present ever. It's not my birthday, but now it is. Oh, they've got little butterfly. Oh, shit. Little butterflies on this one. Little butterflies and fairies. Dude, Nova pulled through on this one, boys. This one's pretty fire. So is this one. I mean, they're all fire. This one's like the especially spooky mommy. Yeah. Dude, yeah. This is like Florence and the Machine, but with green hair. That's her vibe. I'm loving this one, too. The first one, Nova knocked it out of the park. All right. Thank you, Nova. I got to end stream now. Bye, guys. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man, you guys crack me up. Thank you, Skitter. Always doing public service for us here at the Nitwitch Hour. The Nitwitching Hour. Yeah, the first one is pretty great, right? Let's just remember, yeah, this is the one that I like a lot. Definitely. I love her little tree branch is a literal living branch. That thing don't look flat, I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? What did Alev say? It's the roundest one. The roundest one in history. As far as we know. Definitely not flat. How dare anyone? She would never hex you because she doesn't do baneful magic either. She just does love magic or whatever. Whatever we're doing here. Don't open Twitter until after stream? Oh, brother. Oh my god. Wait, sorry. Alev pulled through too, and Alev went a little different. Oh man, I love you guys so much. Dude, what the fuck? Bro, Alev, you're so fucking funny. Oh man. This is so great. I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want a bunch of hot MILF mommy versions of Gaia sent to me in long orange and black stockings. I did not want this. Well, while they're here, let's just take a look. This is so fucking funny, dude. Let's go. We love you, Gaia MILF mommy. I can't even talk. I'm so fucking shook right now.
This is mostly just hot witches, but this is kind of what I got, right? These still rule, though. Thanks, Alev. Oh, dude, what the fuck? This rules. Always taking care of me. I love that her broom is turning into a mushroom at the end here. Well, we're looking at witchy MILF mommy versions of Gaia. That's what we're doing. All right. Thick thighs save lives. Oh, man. And what was the original meaning of all these beautiful buildings? Are they originally built as a church, cathedral, or mosque, or were they built for another reason, which we slowly start to rediscover? I think so. Ooh, Skitter, that's what your prompt was? Can you generate an image of Gaia as if she was resting on a fallen tree, but the tree is actually a broom? Damn. Yeah, that's a subtle hand there. That's not what I was going. That's not the way I was approaching it. The towers were powerful amplifiers of radio resonance from the atmosphere generated by lightning flashes. The round towers proved to be powerful amplifiers in the alpha brainwave region, 2 to 24 hertz, in the electrical anesthesia region, 1,000 to 3,000 hertz, and the electrical induction heating region from 5,000 to 1,000 kilohertz. Frick. Fascinating that just above the surface of the ground to about 2 to 4 feet up, there is a null of atmospheric frequencies that get stronger and stronger. Up until 9 to 15 feet above the surface, they are extremely strong. Yeah, that's that ether, bro. So the higher the building, the better it can collect the atmospheric frequencies and energy. Dude, that thing be looking like it pulling ether. Pulling ether, boys. Are these buildings huge antennas for receiving and transmitting atmospheric energy? Yes. They are. Ether is alive, boys. Look at all that ether collection. Oh. We want that free energy. We want that free energy. And what about all of those so-called ornaments? Or are they just for decoration? Or do they serve another purpose? What do you think, boys? What do you think? Ether collection. Ether collection. Ether collection. Ether collection. Yeah, dude. Look at all that shit. Since we're on this wavelength, when I say good with my words, I mean mouth. It's also because I don't have the little head to think with just the big head. The little head is problematic for half of the population, for sure, dude. Agreed.
Ornaments are resonators, tuned at a scientific, what did it say? Frequency? Vibration creates shape, and shape creates vibration. We've heard that before, boys. Small dick generosity for Gaia. Amen, dude. That's what she deserves. Hence, since our history is a hoax, who are the original architects of these magnificent structures, and how did they get the knowledge to build this? Probably from the fucking heavens, right? Dude, these cathedrals are truly magnificent. I can't believe I never noticed this shit before. Building a cathedral with all of its stunning architecture isn't something one does on a Saturday afternoon. Therefore, did the original architects know that the world around us is nothing but frequency, and were they able to extract this kind of energy from the atmosphere by their buildings? Yes. Dude, maybe one day we'll be taking bumps of ether. I think I am currently. Who exactly were the guys to look at the world around us with completely different eyes? The materials were carefully chosen. Consequently, the buildings were charged with positive and negative polarity, just like an electrical circuit. What, you mean with the two towers that are vibrating like this? Fascinating that just above the surface of the ground to about 2 to 4 feet. Oh, we already read that. Bro, this could have been 20 minutes if you'd take out the repeats. What the fuck? Why are you doing this to me? The world around us is nothing but frequency. Again, brother. All right, I think we get the point. Uh-oh, wait, they're talking about mud flood now? God damn it, this video keeps pulling me in. One of the best mud flood examples is New Madrid, where according to eyewitness reports, the soil became liquid and the mud came out of the earth. Vibing with the beat, yeah, for sure. As the mud flood was a global disaster and mainly meant to destroy Tartaria, one will see the evidence everywhere. You only have to know where to look, right? We looked earlier today. That the street level in Brooklyn is like 50 feet above the ground level of the buildings. Do you really think people built their houses in the ground? Yeah, right? Yeah, this bullshit. But look around, you will find this kind of evidence everywhere. Exactly, bro. Boom. What is now called basement used to be the ground floor. Yeah. What the fuck was this one? The evidence is really overwhelming, can be found everywhere. The big question is, how does a mud flood or mud volcano arise? I would love to know that. Tell me. Wait, evolution of cymatics is like 11 minutes? Fuck, I thought that you said cymatic Tartaria. Evolution of cymatics? God damn it. Yeah, dude, they used frequent, hold on, wait, let's watch. We made it this far. Let's at least hear how the mud flood happened, right? The soil became liquid and the mud came out of the earth. All right, I think that's... Which one? Where the fuck was it? You just said it. Evolution of Cymatics by Mystical Awakening. This one.
Cymatically imprinted on the membrane. The pattern. Cymatics is the science of sound made
Thank fuck, and I don't have to read this one?
visible.
Is this the right one?
Is based on the physics principle that when sound encounters a membrane, such as the surface of water or the membranes that surround our cells, a pattern of energy is automatically imprinted on the membrane. The pattern consists of antinodes regions of high pressure and nodes regions of low pressure. In this process, the periodic vibrations in the sound are transformed to become periodic ripples on the membrane surface, creating beautiful, though often invisible, geometric patterns that are analogs or models of the sound. Cymatics is therefore a natural process that is continually occurring inside our bodies, on the surface of everyday objects, and even at astronomical scales. This intricate dance paints a mesmerizing picture on the surface of the water. It's a symphony of movement, a ballet of oscillations, and a testament to the hidden beauty of sound waves. The provenance of cymatics can be traced back at least 1,000 years to African tribes who used the taut skin of drums, sprinkled with small grains to divine future events. The drum is one of the oldest known musical instruments, therefore, the effects of sand on a vibrating drumhead may have been known for millennia. Cymatics is an aspect of nature that has been known for centuries, and it has a rich and fascinating history, which we are going to explore the evolution of in this video. Few will be surprised to learn that the first person to leave a written record of the cymatic phenomenon was none other than Leonardo da Vinci. In the late 1400s, after observing how the dust motes on his work table stirred to create shapes when he vibrated the table, he wrote, "I say that when a table is struck along diverse lines, the dust on it concentrates in various shapes of hills and small mountains."
Yeah, Skitter is saying frequency and vibration turns solid into liquid, like quicksand. Exactly, dude. You should do some exploration of your building's basement if you get access. I will do it sometime. I actually haven't gone down there and like thought about like the Tartarian aspect of it. I also live in the highest area in my neighborhood, and I have looked at the church to see if it feels like it's underground, and I don't think it does feel like that. But I live in like a high hill, in my whole area, so you know, maybe it's not every. And you know where I was today? I was like in downtown Brooklyn. That's like a low area. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it. But like it feels like intentional that my. Although I don't know, because the basement, you know, the basement in my building is like half. It's like a half floor. Like it's probably like 3 or 4 feet up by your waist is where the ground would start if you went through the wall. You know what I mean? But then the front building, you got to walk down into the cellar, and that is at ground level. Like the ceiling of that is at ground level. But I'll make a video sometime about it.
The dust, which divides itself into various mountains on the struck table, descends from the hypotenuse of these hillocks, enters beneath their bases, and raises again around the axis of the region under the top of the mountain. Da Vinci's recorded observation is profound because in addition to describing the effect of vibration on matter, his thoughts can be translated as a description of life itself. The dust descends from the hypotenuse of these hillocks and raises again. In a right-angled triangle, the hypotenuse is given by the square root of 2, which relates to the division of unity in the generative archetype. 2 examples in nature are cellular division following the moment of conception and the division of a plant's seed. The generation of many from unity is an intrinsic aspect of living systems. Leonardo's observation of dust under the influence of vibration was, quite literally, a demonstration of the generative archetype that makes all life. 50 years after Leonardo's observation, Galileo Galilei discovered a related phenomenon when scraping an iron chisel across a brass plate. He wrote, "Scraping a brass plate with an iron chisel to remove some spots from it I heard the plate emit a rather strong and clear note once or twice in many strokes as I moved the chisel rapidly over it. Looking at the plate, I saw a long row of thin lines, parallel to one another and at exactly equal distances apart. Scraping again many times, I noticed that it was only when a stroke made this noise that the chisel left marks on the plate, and when it went without the shrill tone, there was not the faintest trace of such lines. As I repeated the trick again and again, stroking now with greater and again with less speed, the sound was of higher pitch, and I observed that the marks made during the shriller tone were closer together, and those made during the lower tone less so. Sometimes also, according as the stroke itself was made faster at the end than the beginning, the sound was heard to rise in pitch, and the lines were seen to increase in frequency, though always marked with extreme neatness and absolutely parallel. During the sibilant strokes, moreover, I felt the iron tremble in my hand, from which a kind of tenseness ran through me. It is obvious from Galileo's observations that he was unaware of Leonardo's experiments with dust on a table, and that in scraping a brass plate with a chisel to create sound, he was unknowingly presaging the research of Robert Hooke and
I just feel like being a blacksmith is honest work. I agree, dude.
Chladni, who would both come after him. Margaret Watts Hughes.
All right, Skitter, calm down.
Was a Welsh opera singer who experimented with a device she invented in 1885 and named the idophone. Her invention consisted of a wooden resonating chamber with an open end.
Well, your mind is fucking deep in the gutter.
Across which was stretched a rubber membrane strewn.
I mean, that's what Gaia does. That's what mommy, the MILF mother herself does. She can't help it.
With sand and other media. By singing into a tube that connected with the resonating chamber, she was able to create what she termed voice figures. She demonstrated the idophone at a Royal Society meeting held in Burlington House, London. It seems likely that she had been inspired by the work of Michael Faraday. She was much taken with the beauty of the forms, and in an article now accessible in the Cornell University Library wrote, "I have gone on singing into shape these peculiar forms, and stepping out of doors, have seen their parallels in the flowers, ferns, and trees around me. And again, as I have watched the little heaps in the formation of the floral figures gather themselves up, and then shoot out their petals, just as a flower springs from the swollen bud, the hope has come to me that these humble experiments may afford some suggestions in regard to nature's production of her own beautiful forms." She was able to take impressions of the voice figures by applying a coated glass plate onto the moist forms, although it is not known what form the coating took. Margaret Watts Hughes's research paper, The Idophone Voice Figures, 1904, remains as testimony to her innovative approach to visualizing sound. Now let's travel back in time once again to the late 18th century, to the work of Ernst Chladni, a German musician and scientist. Chladni, who was born in 1756, the same year as Mozart, and died in 1829, the same year as Beethoven, laid the foundations for that discipline within physics that came to be called acoustics, the science of sound. When Chladni sprinkled sand on metal plates and played them with a bow, he discovered something extraordinary. The sand danced, shifted, and settled into intricate patterns, now known as Chladni figures. These patterns were the visual representation of the sound waves passing through the plates. Chladni demonstrated once and for all that sound actually does affect physical matter, and that it has the quality of creating geometric patterns, a testament to the invisible made visible. His pioneering book, Entdeckungen über die Theorie des Klanges, Discoveries in the Theory of Sound, was published in 1787 and is still considered an important milestone in launching the science of acoustics. Chladni demonstrated this seemingly magical phenomenon all over Europe, and even had an audience with Napoleon. Fast forward to the mid-20th century, and we meet Hans Jenny, a Swiss physician and natural scientist. Jenny was so inspired by Chladni's work that he coined the term cymatics, from the Greek word chyma, meaning wave. He delved deeper into this field, using various materials and frequencies to create a myriad of complex, beautiful patterns. It was Jenny who truly brought the artistry of cymatics to the forefront, showing us the inherent beauty of the science of sound. Jenny invented the tone.
Wait, ADHD nuts. You're not saying this video's wrong too, right? This is the right video, isn't it?
Phonoscope, a device similar to Margaret Watts Hughes' idophone, but including an electromechanical transducer to excite the membrane. He was also the first to suggest that such a device may one day assist deaf individuals to acquire speech. In his research with the tonoscope, Jenny noticed that when the vowels of the ancient languages of Hebrew and Sanskrit were pronounced, the sand took the shape of the written symbols for these vowels, while our modern languages,
oh, you're just saying to skip ahead. Well, I was just planning on watching the whole thing. Fuck it, right?
Did not generate the same result. How is this possible? Did the ancient Hebrews and Indians know this? Is there something to the concept of sacred language, which both of these are sometimes called? What qualities do these sacred languages, among which Tibetan, Egyptian, and Chinese are often numbered, possess? Do they have the power to influence and transform physical reality? to create things through their inherent power, or to take a concrete example, through the recitation or singing of sacred.
Alev, my mind won't leave the gutter with the dreams I've been having. Really great signs, honestly. We're all in for the best of times. Fairy flowers. Yes, but also the demons have been attacking through lust. For real, though. LOL. So many people, past people, pulling on my energy. It's in the ether. We are in, Skitter, we are in for the best times. My dreams are dry, unfortunately, though. Who knows, though? Tonight might be different. Dude. What? Huh? Sorry, what are you guys... Am I live streaming right now? Where am I? Huh? Behave, everyone. Everyone needs to behave. But no, it's... Love is in the air, boys.
To heal a person who has gone out of tune.
The energy is real. The ether is alive. Just breathe through it, Alev. We got this, boys. We got this.
Jenny also excited steel plates using piezo crystal elements driven by an electronic oscillator, devices not available to Margaret Watts Hughes and other acoustic pioneers of the past. The piezo crystal transducers were able to excite the plates in a wide range of frequencies, including high audible frequencies, resulting in the formation of complex sand pattern forms.
What are you talking about, Gaia? Why is her finger sticking out like that? I mean, she knows what she's doing. This is what I said. I said, dude, I told you. I said, Skitter, this is going to get me in trouble. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's the MILF mother.
Was convinced that biological evolution was a result of vibrations, and that their nature determined the ultimate outcome.
Dude, I love looking at a sunflower, right? Doesn't it look awesome? Too bad they killed all the sunflowers. Well, they just broke them all this year.
He speculated that every cell had its own frequency, and that a number of cells with the same frequency created a new frequency which was in harmony with the original, which in its turn possibly formed an organ that also created a new frequency in harmony with the two preceding ones. Jenny was saying that the key to understanding how we can heal the body with the help of tones lies in our understanding of how different frequencies influence genes, cells, and various structures in the body. He also suggested that through the study of the human ear and larynx, we would be able to come to a deeper understanding of the ultimate cause of vibrations. Mary D. Waller, a scientist of the 20th century, took the baton from Chladni and Jenny and ran with it. She was instrumental in furthering Chladni's work with scientific rigor, exploring and expanding upon the concepts of resonance and frequency. She was fascinated by Chladni's work and recreated all the forms he discovered, taking his...
Don't eat or have sex in dreams if you can help it. Truly, that's how they attack us and try to assert their will in our subconscious so we manifest in our reality. Dude, this witchcraft is all too real. And dreamcraft? Fuck. I've had 2 past people legit knock on my door. Well, one just dropped a weird gift off and a card that has love on the front. Inside at one point it says, I think about you every day. When I haven't talked to this person in 3 years and these people were legit only friends, dude. Dude, right? Why are all these people coming out of the woodwork? Go back into the wood, you little woodworms, you little freakazoids.
His work to a higher level. Her book...
What could they possibly be up to? I wonder. Could it be fucking with everyone?
Chladni Figures, A Study in Symmetry, was published in January 1961 and includes details of her novel method of exciting plates employing solid carbon dioxide chips, which she discovered accidentally. Waller highlighted the importance of the medium's resonance in forming patterns over the frequency alone, enhancing our understanding of the interplay between resonant modes and frequencies. So, from Chladni's sand-strewn plates to Jenny's coined...
JH, there is no pull-out game good enough for Gaia.
and Waller's rigorous exploration, a new field of study emerged, one that merges the realms of science and art, of the seen and the unseen, of the heard and the visualized. These pioneers laid the groundwork for what we now know as cymatics, a fascinating blend of science, sound, and art. But the story doesn't end there. Robert Borman is a filmmaker, author, researcher, photographer, inventor, and musician. In 2005, he became interested in the similarities between crop circles and cymatics, based on the work of the English researcher Freddie Silva via his book Secrets of the Fields. Boorman subsequently visited many crop circles in the Netherlands and created a water-based apparatus with which to create cymatic images that strongly resembled the crop circles he had witnessed. In 2020, he created a documentary available on YouTube titled Cymatic Tartaria, focusing on the lost empire of Tartaria, in which he shows striking correspondences between cymatic patterns and Gothic and Islamic architectural features. He also sees correspondences between cymatic geometry and the natural world, for example, the petal arrangements of flowers. He has published 4 Dutch language books titled Waterklank Beelden, Water Sound Images, the first of which is now available in English and contains many beautiful cymatic images. Thomas J. Mitchell and Stuart Mitchell were Scottish musicians who died within a few months of each other. Both men left legacies for humanity in their respective arts to nourish hearts and minds for generations to come. History will remember them, not only as the father and son team who decoded the Rosslyn cubes, but men who understood the spiritual essence of the universe. Rosslyn Chapel, near Edinburgh, famous for its lavish carvings and its association with the Knights Templar.
And wait, look at all these missing statues.
Cubes, but men who understood the spiritual essence of...
Look, these are all supposed to have statues in them. They're all taken out. See? Even up here, all of these, they're all missing. All of them. Look at that. See? Each one of these is where a fucking enlightened vessel or whatever the fuck goes on each one of these platforms. How fucked? Dude, that's what St. John the Divine is missing. Like, so many of them. It kills me, bro.
The universe. Rosslyn Chapel, near Edinburgh, famous for its lavish carvings and its association with the Knights Templar, contained a mystery in the form of
those motherfuckers.
4 sections of arches containing cymatic-like designs.
Look at this shit, bro. They're like hand tools. Come on. Say it to me with a straight face. Tell me hand tools to my fucking face right now. Tell me. Come on. Try it. I'll fucking lose my mind. I'll go bananas mode on you. If you try and tell me this is fucking hand tools, I'll throw you in a fucking lake, bro.
Carved into the faces of 215 rectilinear cubes. Thomas studied
rectilinear cubes.
The cubes for many years, and together with Stuart, discovered that the patterns related to musical notes to be read in a specific order.
What if there were hand tools, but their arms were robots, though? Fuck, dude, I honestly haven't thought about that. That's still like a CNC, though. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, definitely wasn't made by Americans. I'll say that for sure. Definitely not. Could some craftsmen who spent an entire millennia, spent their whole life honing their skills do this? Maybe. But I'm pretty sure this shit is CNC'd. It's like laser engraved for sure. Also, like, think about how many of these they had up, bro. There are so many of these. So many of these cathedrals are everywhere.
Thomas postulated that the builders of the chapel had access to Chladni-style plate and bow technology and deliberately encoded the melody into the cubes. His son Stuart orchestrated the music thus revealed and named it the Rosslyn Motet. It was played on traditional medieval musical instruments in the chapel in September 2006. Mitchell's book, Rosslyn Chapel, The Music of the Cubes, was also published in 2006.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and low-key, Lorax, you're just saying hand tools because I was asking for it.
Regarding why William St. Clair, builder of the chapel, chose to embed a musical score in such a coded manner, Thomas states in his Music of the Cubes book, "It was a time of great danger for anyone who opposed the medieval church with heretical ideas. Prior to this, the Knights Templar had been persecuted and disbanded by the political forces surrounding the church. William St. Clair planned to enshrine the truths, which had been discovered in Jerusalem by the Templars, in the fabric of the chapel, within its sacred geometry and carvings, there for those with eyes to see and an open mind to consider. Whether it was the Knights Templar who brought the knowledge of the vibrating plates with their cymatic patterns to Scotland, we may never know, but the act of playing a Chladni plate and seeing beautiful forms emerge on its surface..."
Oh yeah, if you guys have a welcome mat outside your door, that literally welcomes in these fucking entities and these vampire people. Just so Skitter's letting you know.
From formless sand or salt.
I'd fucking listen.
Has a magical quality even today.
Unless you want to get fucking, what's it called? Possessed? Dude, I watched that movie, Late Night with the Devil. Bro, that was pretty good. It was a good horror movie. I like watching horror movies on Christmas and around Christmas, but also mixed with like Home Alone 2, you know? But it was about like a late night guy who like dude, they literally talk about the Bohemian Grove like not very like covered up at all. They just call it the Grove, and their symbol is an owl, but it's like the dude like, you know, made a sacrifice, and on the show, you know, there's a possession, and it's fucking fun. But I was watching that last night. I don't remember why I was talking about because of the fucking entities. Yeah. So unless you want to get possessed, bro, I would get rid of that fucking welcome mat. Or if you want to get your neck drank by vampires, you know. I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat. You know, I've got my Gaia thing. I mean, the vampire thing too is kind of cool. You know, who knows? I'll try anything once, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not like these fucking occult blood drinking ritual fuckers. No vampires. But, you know, you can just play around and stuff, have fun. We gotta continue. Dude, Gaia wrecked me tonight. I gotta end stream very soon. I'm going to get myself in a lot of trouble otherwise.
While in the 15th century, it would probably have been perceived as magic or witchcraft.
Literally need a cold shower.
Yet it seems William St. Clair realized that when the music was frozen in stone, its secret would be hidden in plain sight. As it turned out, it was a secret for half a millennium. In addition to Thomas the musician, he was also an avid philosopher and read widely on quantum physics. In 2012, he wrote, "The esoteric idea that everything in the universe is in touch with everything else, instantly, beyond time and space, is difficult to grasp because of the mistaken belief that we are merely creatures."
Wait, Skitter, what do you mean? How do you lock your mirrors? Or block your mirrors?
Of the physical universe, which makes us mistakenly use the physical body as our measuring stick, when in fact we are non-physical creators in our own spiritual universe within, and we create from our spiritual source. Stuart Mitchell was a gifted musician and composer, and his greatest work, 7 Wonders Suite for Orchestra, is a series of 7 pieces on the theme of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Stuart was passionately interested in the
JH has 2 welcome mats they gotta get rid of.
between cymatics, DNA, and music, and his DNA Variations, the C album, contains 11 musical
Yeah, you liked Late Night with the Devil? It was fun, dude. It was good.
pieces that transcribe the mitochondria.
And I like that dude. I like that actor, David Malkachian or whatever. I've loved him since Wilfred, that movie where he was obsessed with rats.
Mitochondrial DNA of sea creatures to music. Like his father, Stuart was a deeply spiritual man, not in a religious sense, but embraced.
Oh, Green Room, bro. Green Room was my shit. I love that director too. Fuck, what's his name? I'll think of it in a second. But it's on the tip of my tongue. But dude, all of his movies fucking rule. And yeah, Green Room is so good. And Anton Yelchin, man, can't believe they fucking blood sacrificed my boy Anton. But yeah, that movie is just Anton Yelchin and a bunch of other cool cats killing Nazis, bro. Wet dream.
A spirituality that transcended man-made religions and focused instead on love and reverence for nature and the
no, I meant lock. It's energy work, visualization. Oh, okay. So you like visualize locking, like actually putting like a lock on it or something with a sigil in your mind, like meditate on it. Sorry, I'm a dumb guy. Or put sheets over stuff. Especially where you sleep. Phone screen down when you sleep. Yeah, isn't that the whole thing with feng shui? They're like, don't put TVs in your bedroom because it's a mirror and it bounces the energy around the room. Shit. How the fuck do you watch TV all night to fall asleep then? Dude, I used to do that all the time. Literally, in the last month, I've stopped doing it and I sleep way better.
universe. John Stuart Reid is an English acoustics.
I think I also just sleep better because of everything else, but like, you know, not doing the drugs and doing the yoga for sure. Well, that is the drugs. You know what I mean?
Engineer and scientist who carried out cymatics research in the Great Pyramid of Egypt in 1997. Designed to study the resonant behavior of the granite sarcophagus and the acoustics of the king's chamber. Reid published his research findings in Egyptian Sonics, which documents this study, including hieroglyphic-like patterns that emerged in sand on a membrane stretched over the open top of the sarcophagus. His work in the Great Pyramid inspired him to develop the cymoscope, an instrument that makes sound visible by imprinting sound's vibrations onto water. The cymoscope is an instrument that can be applied to many branches of science, since vibration underpins all physical processes. Reid's primary mission is to educate and inspire in the emergent science of cymatics, the study of visible sound. He speaks extensively on his research findings to audiences throughout the United States, United Kingdom, and Europe, including regular presentations at the Water Conference, which focuses on the physics, chemistry, and biology of water. Reid's scientific research is helping to elevate cymatics in the scientific arena. Dr. Lewis Kaufman, professor of mathematics, said of the cymoscope instrument that it can be thought of as a quantum computer, and upon first witnessing a cymoscope experiment in London, he commented, "It is the most beautiful physics experiment I have ever witnessed." So why should we care about cymatics? Because it's relevant more than you might think.
Yeah, guilt-free conscious helps sleep too, for sure, dude.
This fascinating science.
Sigil written with your finger on mirrors or to lock energetically. Visualize every mirror you own, stack them all, wrap chains around them with locks all over. Put them at the bottom of the ocean with chains and anchors. Let's fucking go, dude. How often do you have to do that? Every day? Or just a couple times a day? I'm incredibly in tune with my cats. They tend to let me know when someone's not good when they are outside, when they knock. Often a lot of people don't get past the mat. I did a sigil out of chalk with a cipher that I created. Fuck yeah, dude.
Draws a parallel to how we as...
Wait, is it Crispin Glover? Am I mixing up people? Wait, that was Crispin Glover. What am I thinking of? David, what was the early thing that David Melchian was in? Sorry, you know me. I'm a dumb guy. Yeah, I definitely had face dysplasia on that one there. That was Crispin Glover.
Humans interact.
He always plays weirdo dudes, though. Like Crispin Glover.
Interact with various stimuli in our world. By making the invisible visible, cymatics allows us to delve deeper into the understanding of sound and vibration and their profound effects on our environment. It's like unlocking a secret, hidden, and sacred language, one that's been humming and buzzing around us all along. Cymatics, then, isn't just about making sound visible. It's about understanding the unseen and the divine vibrations that shape our world. Cymoscope-based research has contributed significantly to the body of knowledge concerning how dolphins see with sound, in collaboration with Jack Kasowitz of SpeakDolphin.com and published in the Journal of Marine Biology. Another study focused on differentiating...
You just have to lock your mirrors once, but it depends on if you believe in your own power. Well, we do because we're Tartarian starseeds, and we know that we're magic. And we know that fucking energy is real. For sure, dude. If you do that and doubt... Oh, shit. Where'd it go? And doubt that it will work, it won't. Oh, if you do that and you doubt it, that it will work, it won't. Gotcha. But also doesn't hurt to make it a part of your meditation every day before bed. You should always add clearing and shielding of your energy before bed. Add the mirror locking to it. Who knows what ye old Pope opened? Yeah, dude, for real, right?
Between the sounds emitted by healthy cells and cancer cells was a collaboration with Professor Sungchul Ji of Rutgers University, published in the Water Journal.
Dude, they should remake Willard with fucking David Malchakian or whatever. Malchian.
And a study on the effects of music on human blood, published by on the experiment.com website, a collaboration with Professor G of Rutgers University, Sayer G of greenmedinfo.com, and Emily Abbey of roadmusic.co, is the precursor to a paper on this research subject. If you have enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe to our channel for more interesting and enlightening content. Your support is very important to us and helps us to create more content.
Yay! Alright, boys, let's check in on Minutes of Horror and just see what our fucking dad is up to, and then we'll probably wrap up. What do you guys think Dad's up to? Let's find out. Oh, brother. This fucking thumbnail is a peach. You know this is gonna be good. Okay, but first,
like that child where you know they did something wrong or they did something bad when they've been quiet for some time, and you go to check in on them.
Where the fuck
and
is
come
my?
to find out they did some absolutely wild stuff.
Where's my comment?
So I looked into it, and come to find out, CERN has actually discovered magic. It's true. They discovered magic.
Okay, just one more time.
CERN has actually discovered magic. It's true. They discovered magic.
Dude, I need a Furby or like what's that? Build-A-Bear. I need a Build-A-Bear with that in its paw where I can hit it and it goes and it just does his laugh, bro. Dude, I need that so bad.
CERN is like that child where you know they did something wrong or they did something bad when they've been quiet for some time, and you go to check in on them and come to find out they did some absolutely wild stuff. So I haven't covered CERN in weeks.
Smearing poop on the walls or something.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right in.
I'm gonna go make one more last cup of honey so I can while out for the end of the episode.
Into today's video. In this first disturbing video, and I have to say this one scared me, this woman in her 50s passed away of a stroke. Her family, they were recording her in her casket, and this is what happened.
Mourning the loss of a family member when they see this. A family lost their loved one in a tragic incident, and while filming their last time seeing her and paying their respects, this happens.
Mama. You got Mama.
The woman can be seen moving her eyes briefly before closing them. Thinking this could have been a mistake, the family immediately begins to open up the coffin to check on her. Could the woman be waking up and maybe it wasn't her time to pass on? Or is there another explanation for this? Let me know what you think.
So I was very curious about this one, and I thought this might be rigor mortis setting in, but searching rigor mortis, it all says that once a person is deceased, the muscles controlling the eyelids relax and they remain closed. So they're saying it's not rigor mortis. What is even creepier is the fact that she starts to look around before she closes her eyes again. Now, is it possible she's still alive and this is a premature burial? That's always possible, but I thought that embalming fluid, embalming liquids would make sure that would not happen. Now, if my goofy behind was there and saw that, all you would see are smoke trails. I would have been
My goofy behind? Dude, what the fuck is going on?
out that funeral home so fast, you would just see smoke. This next disturbing video has to do with the Pope opening up the Holy Sacred Door, or in their words anyway, the Holy Sacred Portal, which will end up being 5. There was some confusion. There were people that were asking, why are there cameras present? Why is there a camera crew present?
Dude, these are just like the doors at fucking St. John the Divine. They all have, it has 16 panels just like this. Like, all of these fucking buildings literally have the same exact architecture details and shit everywhere.
When these doors supposedly anyway are opened every 25 years. So that must mean that somebody must have opened these doors before and allowed all these cameras in. But I had learned that this is not the actual Holy Sacred Door. What this is the vault door, which leads to the 4 Holy Sacred Doors, with the 5th one being located at a prison. I do completely understand that there are people that do not want to watch this whatsoever. Even if this is not the Holy Sacred Door itself that he's opening up, people just do not want to watch this. So if you do not want to watch this, you can go ahead and skip ahead. So even though this is not the Holy Sacred Door itself, I'm still going to go ahead and give that warning. But people have noticed a couple of things about this video. One is his face, his reaction. He comes off very nervous, very scared. 2, you can also hear a child either laughing, crying, or something saying, help me. Now again, I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
The look on his face.
What is going on? The lizards probably hate those bells, right?
The way he shifts his eyes around and he takes a deep breath and he puts his hand to his face and wipes his face, this is not a normal joyous moment. This man looks nervous and he looks scared. He looks like he does not want to be there. Also, is it just me, or does this man not look like Pope Francis? This might be a reach here, but they probably had gotten somebody else to open up this door. But anyway, even if this is him, the oddest part of the video, outside of Pope Francis looking scared and nervous, was the fact that you could hear a baby laughing or crying.
This is not the Pope.
For whatever reason, as soon as I heard this, I was reminded of that movie, The Passion of the Christ, when the devil appeared as a baby. There are a lot of theories, or quote-unquote theories anyway, when it comes to the Vatican and children. Some people even say that you can hear something say, "Help me." Again, this just does not look like a joyous moment. Now, some people can say that this is the Vatican, the Catholic Church. Sometimes they do not show emotions, especially if something is joyous, but like I said, you can definitely see that he is showing some kind of emotion, and that emotion looks like he's scared and nervous. This next disturbing video comes from Brooks So Basic on TikTok. This family, they were at a lake and they took a photo, and they happened to capture something rather eerie in this photo.
People saw in this picture is what led them to believe that ghosts are real. When you look at this picture, what do you see? It just looks like a picture of a man having a picnic, sitting on a bench with his child at the park. The guy in this picture's name is Christopher. His wife was the one holding the camera and taking this picture. They didn't think anything of it. He posted the picture on his Facebook page, and that's when people noticed something in the picture and had so many questions. Zoom in, take a look around. Can you see it? It looks like there's a woman in the top left corner of this picture. Christopher and his wife both confirmed that it was just the three of them at the park this day, and they didn't notice anything when she took the picture. This is where it takes an interesting spin, because just a year before the picture was taken, this woman went missing in the same area. She was later found deceased inside of the pond. Some people said that this figure in the top left corner has an eerily similar resemblance. What do you think about this?
Before she had even said that, people had noticed that the figure in the photo looks similar to the deceased woman. I was even thinking that myself. They look very similar. I am a firm believer that cameras can pick up ghosts, spirits, entities, and so forth. I have even done multiple videos of this topic. Matter of fact, there is a photo of my great-grandmother, and in this photo, you can see the head of a ghost, and you can see the bottom half of another ghost in her doorway. She would often say how bad her home was haunted. She would see an old woman in a rocking chair, and she would see this big burly man, this outline of a man, just throwing things around her home, opening up cabinets, closing doors. So when this photo came out and we saw this head of a man and would look like a woman sitting down, it really confirmed a lot of what she was saying about what was taking place inside of her home. This next disturbing video comes from Woods Walker Coffee, and I love a good ghost story. I was raised on ghost stories. I have a few of my own. A lot of you know of that ghost story I made of my older home, and I do have another one to talk about as well. But this is a rather eerie story from this individual and what his father had encountered.
In 1942, my dad and his brother were coming home late one night, coming back from the mountains, when they ran into a really...
Dude, 1942 submarine saboteurs year? Maybe it's Paul's dad.
Really bad storm. Also, the car that my dad was driving wasn't running very good at the time. And he said, I'm not going to lie to you. He said, we were on a back road. We were lost. We had absolutely no clue where we were at. When all of a sudden, the car started spitting and sputtering, and it was breaking down. My dad said they went a little ways, and they saw this old dirt road to the right. He said, no sooner than we hit that dirt road, he said, we went maybe a quarter of a mile, if we went that far. He said, and the car just completely cut off. He said it was raining cats and dogs, and it was pitch black. He said you cannot see your hand in front of your face. He said that him and his brother had been sitting there for about an hour and a half when all of a sudden they hear something knock on the window. My dad said, I ain't gonna lie to you. He said, that's the only time in my life that I probably ever screamed that loud. He said, I grabbed my flashlight, I shined it out the window. He said, and there stood a man in a blue suit. He said, all I could see was from his nose down, because the rest of his head was above the window. He said his face was real pale and sunk in like a skeleton. He said the man didn't say nothing, and did neither of them. It was just dead silence. The man turned and started walking off when his brother spoke up and said, Robert, do you see what I see? My dad said, yep.
Buzz,
he said, I sure do. What they saw was the back side of the suit that man had on was cut open from the neck all the way down. They could see his back, his ribs, everything. And they said it looked like a walking skeleton. It's pretty much what it looked like. My dad said he kept the flashlight on him. He reached over and he clicked the switch on, and rolled the window down. He said, even though it was still raining, he said, I rolled the window down so I could get a better view of him with the flashlight. He said, and we watched that man walk over to what looked like to be an old brick wall. Then he started climbing up it, and he went over the wall. My dad said they sat there the rest of the night. They got out the next morning to work on the car, when both of them decided they were going to walk over and look at that old wall and see what was on the other side of it. They said as they got to the top of the wall, because it wasn't very tall, they said it was about maybe 6 foot. When they got to the top of the wall and they looked over it, on the other side was an old graveyard. That's right. Now, I wasn't there. I can't swear this happened, but I've never known my dad to, you know, to make up anything or make up a story to me, and especially his brother. So, do the dead walk? I don't know. Y'all have a good.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
All right, dudes. Think it's about that freaking meditation time. What's this?
Milk shape. Please watch.
Lycopodium. The lycopodium moves to the center of the fields and takes up circular shapes. The
Also
sand
looks kind of
forms
mycelial.
the lines. Each material has its own special way of behaving.
Dude, I'm cosplaying as the Unabomber right now.
Lycopodium alone, a sonorous figure. Transition to a mobile
How
flowing
cute am
train.
I? Who's doing Luigi? Who's dressed up like Luigi right now? I'm Ted. Ted K. I love Ted K, boys.
And back again to the figure.
I love old documentaries like this with that voice and this kind of filming.
The sonorous figure.
Yeah, low key, you gotta rebuke that shit. You can't say that shit. Don't bring that energy into your life, dog.
Represent stationary waves. But now we can also observe moving waves. Here, the sand is flowing in a current.
Alright, fuck yeah. But it's that time, boys. Dude, the world, Google's working against my fucking homie Mark Meditations too. You gotta make sure there's not a space between Mark and Meditations. How dare them try and hide the homie, the ultimate homie Mark Meditations. Alrighty, boys, settle in. Gather round, nitwitches. Find a comfortable seat. Get your favorite crystal. You know, whatever you need. Get your fucking pyramid. You gotta have your pyramid by you. And if you're looking for one, get yours at the Skitter store. Mine has been energetically protecting me for about 2 days now, bro. And, yeah, bro. I put it on my heart to protect my fucking heart from my cell phone, you know, when I'm laying on the couch talking to the ceiling. But alright, here we go. Our meditation tonight is protecting and amplifying your energy, boys. Where do you find that one? Here, let me send you the link before I fucking... Oh wait, shit, I gotta go back. Hold on, boys. Whoops. And we're back. There you go. All right, let's do our box breathing after I get a little buzzed. Whoa. Too buzzed. Guys, is honey drugs? I think it might be drugs. Honey is absolutely drugs to me. I'm gonna go off the rails on this one, boys. Buckle up. We're about to get wild. Alrighty, here we go. Breathe in through your nose. Hold. Breathe out through your mouth. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Oh, I must have that hallucinogenic honey, you're right. Fuck. In. Hold. Out. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Hold. There you go. There's Mark Meditation's jam. Close your eyes and let the weight of the day roll off your shoulders. Inhale deeply, holding your breath for a moment at the peak, and exhale slowly. Feel the air release all tension from your body. Let your breathing settle into a slow, rhythmic flow, steady as the tides. Now bring your focus to the core of your being, just below your rib cage. Envision a radiant golden light glowing there, warm and infinite. This is your energy, your inner energy, your unshakable source of strength, your connection to the infinite ether. It spirals gently, like a perfect fractal, an eternal loop that feeds itself. With each inhale, see this light expand outward, filling your chest, your limbs, and your entire body. It grows brighter, more vibrant, as you take in the energy of the cosmos. With every exhale, release anything heavy, stagnant, or negative. Watch those low vibe remnants dissolve into nothingness. Now picture your golden energy forming a protective barrier around you, a shimmering auric field, impenetrable to negativity. This shield doesn't harden your heart, it transmutes. Any energy that approaches is filtered and transmuted into something that serves you, knowledge, clarity, or power. As your energy spirals upward, envision it connecting with the ley lines of the earth beneath you. Feel Gaia herself humming with vitality, her energy flowing into you and bolstering your shield. Your resonance harmonizes with hers, creating an unbroken circuit of infinite power. Now visualize the negativity, the chaos, the low vibrations from those who try to drag you down. Picture it as dark, jagged shapes moving toward you, only to dissolve as they meet your golden field. See them turn to pure light, spiraling upward, returning to the universe as neutral or positive energy. You have the power to vaporize their shadows, without losing your calm or your focus. Take a moment to reflect on your boundaries. You decide who and what has access to your energy. Repeat silently or out loud, I protect my energy like the sacred ley lines of the earth. I transmute negativity into growth, low vibrations into wisdom, and chaos into stillness. My energy is mine. It expands only to uplift, inspire, and spiral upward. Feel this mantra settle into your being as truth. It's not a wish or a command, it simply is. Finally, imagine yourself surrounded by those who truly resonate with your vibration. Your comrades, your allies, those who lift you higher. Together you spiral upward, forming an unbreakable lattice of light and connection, strong enough to vaporize all illusions of control and fear. Take one last deep inhale, gathering all of the light and protection into your core. And as you exhale, gently open your eyes, knowing you've reinforced your boundaries and amplified your energy. You're untouchable, unstoppable, spiraling upward and onward. Let's carry this energy forward and show the low vibe lizards that we don't need to fight them. We've already transcended. Oh, baby. You guys want to see her one more time? I'm gonna get this pinup girl tattooed on my arm. I'm gonna make her dance. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make her fly her little broomstick around. Can I get an amen? I love her hair too, dude. Yeah, it's perfect. Nova gets me, okay? Thanks, Nova. Always coming in clutch, dude. I'm gonna make her dance, dude. Remember, did you guys ever watch Pete and Pete? That Nickelodeon show? I remember was it one of the kids had a tattoo of the girl, or was it like a teacher or something? I forget. And he was like, and he makes her dance. All right, dudes. Thanks for fucking hanging. Bye. Oh, just kidding. You thought that I wasn't gonna do Goodbye Nancy's? Get fucking wrecked. Oh my God, where's my girl Gaia? Oh, I gotta unplug, dude. I sang everything from my album yesterday out of time. How dare none of my witches be like, hey, cat dad, unplug your shit, cause you're singing out of time and you don't usually do that. So if I'm ever out of time with the music boys, it's either that I'm really dumb or maybe the fucking thing needs to be unplugged, boys. I'm just kidding, it's not your fault. Goodbye, my Nancy boys. I'm flying away with witchy Gaia. Dude, let me on this broom, right? Come on, Gaia. Take me with you, mommy. Here we go. I want to see the world. Show me the whole new world. With my witchy mother, Gaia. Oh boys, Gaia, look, I got you a present. It's an organite pyramid from the Skitter store. Get yours today on Etsy at the Cosmic Ripple. He told me Gaia's tush was flat, but I said, well, Alev really said this. He said, it's the roundest one ever. I see you come. That's one for you, Skitter. Our mind's in the gutter, cause I don't know why. Alem, why is everyone's mind in the gutter again? Cause the vibes are high? I think that's true. I must disagree, Witch Lips. Gaia's not wrong. It's okay that she is your mom. It's not weird cause she's a planet dude. She's not your real mom, it's okay. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground. I see the sky just begin to fall. Witches, Gaia's my witchy mother. Look, this is what I really want to be. I just want her to squish me in her hand, you know? Eat me, little Gaia, for breakfast and transmute me into gold. Or whatever you want to do with me. I don't care. You can tell me to do anything, anywhere. I don't really care. I promise. Gaia, I'll clean your whole bathroom with my own toothbrush if that's what you asked for. I love you, mommy, Gaia. Here we go, my boys. The honey's making me go crazy, going crazy. Goodbye, my Nancy's. We don't fuck with you. Stop messing with my phone, you little ugly frickin' loons. Be normal for once in your whole fucking life. Please leave me alone and I'll stop talking about all of the cucks who fuck with me. Does that count? I don't know. Ow! Don't mess with me, you lizard cucks. We don't like fucks. You like to fuck their lizard wives. They're a bunch of cold-blooded, blue-blooded lizard fucks. What's up with the Pope boys? What's he gonna do with that prison law door? I forgot the words that don't fuck with you. Good night, witches. The honey's made my brain go insane. Good night, whittles. I love hanging with y'all. And have a good freaking night, low-key, Lorax, and all of the nitties. Oh, I hope you have some fitties. I don't know what that is. Get some $50 bills? Sure. Ooh. Good night, witches. Good night. I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you on frickin' Sunday. Everything's gonna be a-okay. We're never gonna get hacked by these fucking losers cause we are too strong. Look at my kidder. Lit witch bitches. The witch bitches. Lit witch bitches. Good night, my knit witchlets. I love you. Have sweet dreams. Okay? Don't let the bed bugs bite. Don't let the bed Gaia bite. She might. You never know. I kind of hope so. Please don't, Mama Gaia. Do not bite me. Please, please, please. I won't like it. Okay. Good night. That's enough. OBS isn't working. Bye. I'm going to hold this until it does. I love you. Night, night.